Good morning, everyone. Simply to give you an update where we are. Judge Brouwer has certain connection issues, which are being resolved at presently. So please bear with us for a few moments. As we added, I see there are, good morning, Professor Hobert. I see you, Mr. Anderson.
Morning.
I see Dr. Pika. Is it correct that we have 55 participants today? Professor Hobert, did you head count on your side?
No.
Maybe you check, maybe there's somebody missing in action. Dr. Conrad, because yesterday we had 65, so there are 10 taking a Montag variant.
Well, I mean, some of our team members are not online for the moment,
right.
But no one is missing. And I might as well explain now that I will go offline as well for a couple of hours today, but I think we're playing at full strength.
All right, good. And Dr. Conrad, your side, and Dr. Pika?
We're all present and accounted for.
Okay, great. All right, then let's wait. And Dr. Neumann, please bear with us. We are resolving technical issues. I have to put my interpretation button. Huh? So everybody, so for the interpretation, so go on the channel you would like to hear the text. If you want to have an English interpretation, pull the English one. Click on the English one. And if you want to have an interpretation in German, you go to the German one. And if you don't want anything, simply click on off.
Mr. President, do we have the issue again that even if we want to listen to both, we have to be on the channel that we're speaking in? Because, yeah, okay.
That's good you mentioned it. No, but let's see, because this can usefully use. Anna, the interpreter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, so can you help us? So you had a small issue with the switches on Saturday, I remember?
Yes.
And is that now, so what do you instruct us to do? So if you interpret both ways, you interpret English to German and German to English?
Correct. I believe my microphone is a little slow to pick up, so I switched the outgoing channel right away, but as I'm speaking, the microphone hasn't picked up yet, so I need to give it a little moment. And hopefully there won't be any dropped portions at the beginning. So if you could slow it down just a little bit, that would be helpful.
All right, so but the point is this, first of all, the logistics, if I may call it that way, in order to hear the English interpretation,
yes,
you have to click on English only. If you want to have it all in German, then you click on German only. If you want to have it live, the floor, basically, then you click on off. Is that correct?
Maybe Steve could answer that better than me.
This is TJ. This is TJ from FTI.
Hi, TJ.
So the way it works is if you're on the floor, I believe that the people in the English channel cannot hear you, and also you cannot be heard in the German channel. I think that's the way it works.
So you have to. There's a binary option.
Correct.
You go on the English or the German.
Correct.
Interpreter.
Correct.
Mr. President, I've just checked because I have, when you speak English, I can hear you on the floor and in the English channel. The only people I cannot hear if I'm on the floor channel are the interpreters. So when you were discussing with the interpreter, I could only hear you and I thought, what's happening? And only started hearing the interpreter when I switched to English. So for us, it shouldn't make a difference if we're speaking on the floor.
Yeah, I think so, because the interpreters, you have either to be on an English channel or the German channel. Otherwise, you won't have any contact with the interpreters. They are only on those two channels.
That is correct.
But if you want to have no interpreters, but you switch for yourself between German and English, or you toggle, if I call it that way, then you stay on simply on off. Then you have the floor.
Can we do one test? I am speaking now in English on the English channel. I will switch over to off. And if the people listening on English can tell me whether or not what I will say is audible in 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm now on the floor channel. Can I be heard by the interpreter?
So if you're back in the English channel, if anyone has unmuted the original audio, they will not be able to hear you if you speak on floor.
And you also won't know when to start your next question because you're not going to hear the interpreter finish the answer.
Yes, but the interpreter probably haven't muted the audio original, right?
The interpreter, no, they have not.
Okay, so with the
they will hear you on the floor. The issue will be you can't hear the interpreter answer the German
and finish the German answer. So if I'm relatively good in waiting or having somebody giving me a visual signal, I can hear the witness in the original language.
Dr. Conrad, the issue is if any tribunal member has switched to unmute the original language and you speak in floor, they wouldn't hear you.
Okay, that's the problem.
Which I guess is important.
Yes, no, that is an important consideration that I wasn't aware of. You need to have all the facts.
Okay, very good. All right, so binary, either you on the English or the German.
Understood.
Yeah.
Or if someone is not going to be speaking, they can be on floor and they can follow.
Yeah.
And
but Dr. Conrad, as you pointed out, the key is wait between the question and the answer for the interpreters.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we are there. Then I think, is there any matter of procedure, admin nature, Professor Aubert or Mr. Anderson?
Not from the claimant side.
No. And Dr. Conrad from the respondent side?
Nothing from us, and I'll hand over to Dr. Pika then.
Okay. Dr. Pika, good morning, Dr. Neumann. You now be asked questions in cross-examination by Dr. Pika. Dr. Pika, please proceed.
Good day, Mr. Neumann. In January 2020, you submitted 2 documents, a cover report and a main report. Is that correct?
Das stimmt, das ist richtig.
That is correct. That's right.
I'm now showing you the main report. At the top left corner, we see a logo saying Framatome, do we not?
Das ist korrekt.
That is correct.
In the middle of that document, we see below author Jens Neumann the item reviewer Elmar Wendenkampf, do we not?
Ich habe die Frage nur teilweise verstanden.
I only heard the question in parts.
Ab dem Zeitpunkt Reviewer Elmar Wendenkampf, aber ich nehme an, es geht darum,
We're Elmar Wendenkampf, but I
welche Rolle gespielt hat.
that this is about confirming who was in which role, and the roles are mentioned here. There is the author of the report, that is myself, Jens Neumann. There was a reviewer that is necessary for reports from our company. The reviewer in this case was Elmar Wendenkampf. And then there is a release procedure for internal and external matters. The report was internally released by Christian Geis, and the external release was done by me. This reads Jens Neumann again, because I am responsible for the entire subject.
What we do not see in that Framatome main report, however, are any disclosures on Framatome's relationship and services to Vattenfall, do we?
Diese Frage habe ich nicht verstanden, Herr Pika.
I did not understand this question, Mr. Pika. What do you want to? What do you mean by disclosures?
I mean, for instance, a disclosure that in 2018, Framatome contracted to deliver 10 loads of fuel tanks to Vattenfall's Swedish Ringhals nuclear power plant. We do not find that in that document, do we?
Nein, in keinem Fall. Also dieses Dokument beschäftigt
No,
sich
definitely not. This document solely deals with a technical evaluation of the matter that is named at the beginning of the report, further connections with possible other activities.
And we do not find a disclosure that also in 2018, Framatome completed a project at Vattenfall's Swedish Forsmark nuclear power plant, do we?
Dr. Pika, could you please repeat the question? There's something going wrong with the technology here.
Certainly. This document does not mention, does it, that in 2018, Framatome completed a project at Vattenfall's Swedish Forsmark nuclear power plant?
Nein, in diesem Dokument ist so etwas nicht dargestellt und ich habe auch keine Verbindung zu etwaigen anderen Projekten.
Displaying that, I have no other connection with other projects that Framatome is doing in other areas.
And a final matter, this document does also not mention that Areva, the now affiliate company to Framatome, in 2017 contracted to dismantle Vattenfall's Brunsbüttel nuclear power plant, does it?
Also Entschuldigung, dass ich mich nochmal wiederhole, Herr Pika. In diesem Dokument ist
Mr. Pika, I apologize that I have to repeat myself. This document only answers a technical question that was part of my task. I had to evaluate something. There are no information here about any other activities, and I am not aware of any other activities that would be relevant here.
Mr. Neumann, now I repeat a question you were already asked in 2016 by respondents then counsel, and it reads at the annotated hearing transcripts day 2, page 555, line 11, and the quote starts, "Did counsel for claimants make you aware of procedural order number 1, section 15.4.3 in this case, which requires each expert to state his or her relationship to and interest in any of the parties in this arbitration?" Mr. Neumann, did claimants counsel make you aware of PO1 or did they not?
Also diese Information habe ich und bezüglich auf das, was
I have this information.
besteht hier auch kein Widerspruch.
There is no contradiction here. These of Vattenfall and Framatome were in connection with me.
So even though you did have this information on procedural order number 1, you chose not to disclose contracts with Forsmark nuclear power plant, with Ringhals nuclear power plant, or the Brunsbüttel nuclear power plant. Did I summarize that correctly?
Also diese Worte habe ich so nicht verwendet.
I did not use those words in such.
You did use the words, I have this information, when I did ask about procedural order number 1, didn't you?
Also ich kann mich jetzt nicht erinnern, dass ich die Worte Albanien, Brunsbüttel etc. Forsmark gehört habe. Die haben Sie mir jetzt.
The words Albania, Brunsbüttel, or Forsmark, you added those. The question that I answered was in relation to whether I had a connection to business activities between Framatome and Vattenfall, and I answered that with no. So I would like to underline that no. Now, I have no other connections to other business activities or contracts between Framatome entities and Vattenfall. I am active in an area that currently does not have contracts with Vattenfall. Maybe I may add that we, or I personally, lead a business unit, has global activities that incidents, we equip plants with safety that has nothing to do with fuels or other activities of the Framatome. So I cannot answer any questions on this. I can confirm that I have no relation with these activities.
Can you confirm that you work for Framatome?
Selbstverständlich, ja.
Of course, yes.
And can you confirm that this here is a Framatome report?
Das ist ein Bericht, der im Hause Framatome freigegeben worden ist. Insofern.
Framatome report, yes.
And now going back to when I quoted, I have this information. What I would like to get an answer on is whether you had this information on procedural order number 1 that you were already asked about in 2016. Did you have it or did you not?
Man hat mich, ob das jetzt genau die formale ob das der formale Paragraph ist, das kann ich nicht sagen.
Whether this was the formal paragraph, I am not sure, but I was informed connections that I have in the cooperation between Vattenfall and Framatome. 2016. I am not part of the business activities of Framatome.
Thank you, Mr. Neumann. Mr. Neumann, with which lawyers of claimants have you been in contact?
Bezüglich der Instruierung, wie die Abläufe sind und wann ich was einzureichen habe.
Concerning the instruction about the processes and when I had to submit documents, I was informed by Luther. My contact was Richard Hupp. Other than that, before this hearing today, I was in contact with the Swedish firm, especially with Fredrik Andersson. And this is interesting for you potentially because the presentation that I prepared for yesterday was sent by the firm in Sweden.
And with which lawyers other than Dr. Hub have you been in contact at Luther?
Also es gab also E-Mails inhaltlich.
Were emails, content, there were no content-based emails. There were some general informations. I received emails from Ms. Tenjes.
Hier geht es aber im Wesentlichen organisatorische Fragen.
Basically about organizational questions about the hotel, the hygiene concept. Before this event that was very important, and so we had more exchanges about organizational matter than would be to be expected usually.
And before the report, any organizational matters before the report? To whom would you send emails?
Den Bericht habe ich 2019.
Sent the report in 2019. Mr. Metzentin is one who gave me the task. He was the contact between Vattenfall and Framatome, and I copied it to Mr. Hub.
Mr. Neumann, let us turn to the substance of the matter, earthquake safety. During your direct presentation yesterday, you mentioned the 2012 safety requirements updated in 2015, did you not?
Gestern habe ich, richtig, das ist klar. Das ist
korrekt.
That is correct, yes.
Mr. Neumann, which expert in this arbitration was involved in the drafting process for the safety requirements ever since 2004?
Das kann ich Ihnen nicht sagen. Nein.
I couldn't possibly tell you.
Zum einen, Entschuldigung, ich möchte ganz kurz noch ergänzen.
If you allow, I would like to add something. The period between 2000 regarding 2004.
No, Mr. Neumann, my apologies. My question was personal. If you want to add something, this is what we direct.
Dr. Pika, let the expert finish. He wants to give an explanation to his answer.
Certainly.
Okay, Dr. Neumann, please proceed.
Ich kann auf die Frage insofern
The question is something I cannot answer accurately or comprehensively because during the drafting of safety requirements, I was not involved directly or personally. Naming a specific date of production in 2004 is not something I cannot confirm, nor can I say that in 2004 certain documents that might have been prepared if I was in any way involved or if the process eventually was concluded by anybody. This is something that I completely ignore. I have no information whatsoever in this regard.
Would it surprise you, Mr. Neumann, that Dr. Eberhard Grauf was involved in the drafting process?
Darüber müsste ich nur spekulieren. Das kann
It is something I could only speculate about. I find it, I mean, it would surprise me because I cannot I cannot glean based on the exchanges that Dr. Grauff had made any contributions in the drafting of these safety requirements. Nowhere do we have authors or copyright indications of who was or who was the person drafting this document. So I cannot make any statement in this regard.
And can you make a statement whether any of the experts in the present arbitration contributed to the safety requirements update in 2015?
Das kann ich nicht, nein. Also es ist mir...
No, I cannot. Personally, I'm unaware. I'm not familiar with that. And to this day, I have not had any motivation to find out whose authorship was involved. The only thing important for me was here that there is a document that establishes the safety requirements for nuclear power plants, and that is what is important to me. Anything else is not relevant from my point of view.
Before we come to that document, I promise you, would it surprise you that Dr. Eberhard Grauff contributed to the update of that document?
Ich denke, diese Frage haben Sie mir gerade schon mal gestellt.
I believe he had already asked this question, and I can only respond that I would be surprised if there were contributions by Dr. Grauff, but it's definitely not something I can exclude. However, for my evaluation, for my assessment, for my report, this does carry no relevance. Who was involved in drafting and drawing up these safety requirements? The only thing decisive here is the actual content.
Then let us go to that actual content. I would like FTI to please open Exhibit Grauff 99 in both its German and in its English version. And I would like FTI to open in the English version Adobe page 107 and in the German version Adobe page 163. My apologies, in the English version, it is Adobe page 106. And in the German version, it is further down. No, it is further down in the German version. In the German version, it is Adobe page 65. We need the line 7301. Here we have it. It's at the bottom, not at the top. Mr. Neumann, here we find the so-called level 3 events, which must not happen. Do we?
Ja, keine Frage.
And yes. Mr. Neumann, yesterday at hearing transcripts of day 11 at 12:45:30, you stated, if you look at Krümmelnau, it can be stated that the intensity of the design basis earthquake is determined at intensity 6. Is that correct?
Das Sicherheitssystem des Kernkraftwerks ist
The safety system is designed for an earthquake up to intensity 6. Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Neumann, is it correct that the feed water supply, Speisewasserversorgung in German, goes through the machine building?
Das könnte man natürlich sagen. Das Speisewassersystem durchzieht.
Yes, you could say that the feed water system basically goes through all the different buildings and structures. Yes, we could say that.
To clarify the matter, could FTI please enable screen sharing for me? And we will return to that document in a second.
Give me about 15 seconds, please. Thank you. I apologize for that.
No problem. Mr. Neumann, I'm now showing you a Krümmel work report submitted in this arbitration as Exhibit Grauf 83. Do you see at the right bottom KKK Speisewassersystem, which would in German say Krümmel and feed water supply?
Ja, klar, ich sehe das. Ich kann es bestätigen.
Yes, of course, I see that. I can confirm that is a document or a drawing that I know very well, that I'm familiar with.
And do you see that the black lines come from the part which reads Maschinenhaus, machine building?
Selbstverständlich kann ich das sehen.
I would like
Yes,
FTI,
naturally, I can see that.
So I would like that FTI returns us to Grauf Exhibit 99, which you were just sharing kindly. Mr. Neumann, you did not dispute, do you, that if a level 6 earthquake happens at Krümmel, the machine house would be destroyed? Do you?
Das kann man weder bestreiten noch.
You cannot either confirm that or deny that.
Let us see whether Exhibit C0193 can confirm that, and therefore I would like FTI to disenable screen sharing again. I would like that FTI enable screen sharing for me, please. So I'm now showing you Exhibit C193, the 2008 Periodic Safety Review undertaken by the TÜV, submitted by claimants to this arbitration. Now, the second paragraph that we see says in German, es ist gemäß dem Anlagenkonzept zu unterstellen, dass als Folge der Ereignisse Erdbeben das Maschinenhaus zerstört ist. In English, it is to be assumed that as a consequence of the event earthquake, the machine building will be destroyed. Is that correct?
Also dort steht,
what it says here is it has to be interpreted. You cannot simply confirm that with a yes or no. Here it says explicitly that the concept of this plant implies that it's possible to have a destruction of this part of the building. This is a postulate. It has nothing to do with the event per se, and that indicates that there is actually be a destruction of this building. So that safety analyses have to include other criteria. We have to distinguish something that is being postulated, that I include in order to describe a certain sequence of events and to be able to assess it, and a causality which has a certain frequency with which it appears, so that a certain incident or its consequences will have caused certain damages. Therefore, I have to say this has been postulated and this has been used in order to design a safety concept and to make a proof of concept. But it does not, when you say make an assessment of the safety, it is not the only factor that will cause something or bring about something in particular.
Mr. Neumann, did you include the postulate that an earthquake destroys the machine house in your assessment?
Ja, selbstverständlich habe ich das berücksichtigt. Ja.
Then
I did.
Then I would
And
like
if I
FDI to
may,
return.
this postulate was used from the very beginning of the operation when it was constructed, and it was verified and was considered adequate. And for the design of the safety system, it was an important factor. It was tested for inspection purposes. It was tested by a TÜV on several occasions. It was tested and proven. And I did also take it into account when I did my work for this assessment. Hence, I can say yes.
Hence, I would like FTI to return us to Exhibit Graph 99. So, as per that postulate, as you called it, we have to assume that the machine house is destroyed, and hence the feed water supply system mentioned in line S301 is triggered, do we not?
Also, ich versuche es in der Antwort
nochmal. I will try to summarize this in my answer. You cannot answer with yes or no. The postulate indicates yes, it is something that is being included in the safety analysis. However, in the assessment of the safety, you have to graduate it. The possibilities that are pointed out here, there are certain probabilities for this to happen. And this probability has to be correlated with the event that causes everything. If the causating situation is a postulate but not a direct incident, then during an assessment that can lead to a certain example will tell us that we're not in safety level 3 anymore, but that we can have divergent possibilities, and nothing different happened when the license was granted, when the safety requirements for 1970 were carried over, and there's nothing new in the requirements for 2012 and 2015, respectively. There is no doubt in this regard whatsoever.
Let us please continue on possibilities. You do not dispute, do you, that the Brokdorf nuclear power plant's feed water supply system would withstand its design basis earthquake?
Also ich vermute, an der Stelle darf ich eine Vermutung äußern.
I would assume, I can only express an assumption that the plant in Brokdorf would resist it, but I'm not familiar with the design of Brokdorf. It is a kind of power plant that I have not dealt with in the past, and I find it unprofessional to speculate or hypothesize about certain kind of power plants if I did not have the opportunity to intensively analyze this kind of power plant. Therefore, I would not like to talk about the safety concept of Brockdorf. I would not like to make any statements in this regard.
And would you like to make a statement whether the feed water supply system of the Emsland nuclear power plant would withstand its design basis earthquake?
Auch Emsland ist ein Druckwasserreaktor.
Emsland is a pressurized water reactor. And the same statement I would like to repeat in this regard. I'm not involved in the development of pressurized water reactors. I've never been involved in that in my professional life. Therefore, I would not want to make a statement with regard to this kind of power plant.
Now, to cut it short, and if you do not want to make a statement, I'm certain Dr. Grauf will. Every single nuclear power plant that is currently operating has a feed water supply system which would withstand its design basis earthquake, does it not?
Ich muss jetzt doch wieder die Antwort etwas länglich
I
gestalten.
would like to qualify the response a little bit.
Do you know, Mr. Neumann, do you know or do you not whether all currently operating power plants...
Die Frage, es ist wichtig, das zu verstehen.
Before that, would you please start...
Wait a moment.
Von dem Präsidenten.
Dr. Pika and Dr. Neumann, no overlap. Please, first, Dr. Neumann, you finish your answer and then your next question, Dr. Pika.
And Mr. Neumann, I would appreciate if the answer includes a yes or no.
Herr Präsident, ich gebe mir Mühe, das zu tun.
Mr. President, I'm making all effort to do that. Yes, feed water are designed and conceived and have had a proof of concept that to resist earthquakes. And no, there are areas in the aspect of the feed water that have not been proven. This does not mean that they would not resist an earthquake.
So, to cut it short, but for the 13th Amendment, all currently nuclear power plants that are operating meet the single failure criterion. But if the Krümmel nuclear plant would have been operating, its machine house could have been destroyed and its feed water supply system impaired by a level 6 event. Is that your conclusion?
Jetzt möchte ich die Frage etwas aufteilen. Sie stellen jetzt
I would like to separate this question. I cannot answer both questions with yes or no. The first part of the question has to do with a single failure concept. That is a new element in your question. That is something that would have to be replied separately. And then if it had nothing to do with designing something to resist earthquakes, because it has to do with the mechanical resistance and has nothing to do with the redundancy. Maybe you could ask the questions more specifically so I can find the right way of answering it.
I will ask a very specific question. How far is the Brockdorf nuclear power plant away from the Krümmel nuclear power plant?
Das ist nicht weit, vielleicht 100 Kilometer.
It's not far, maybe 100 kilometers.
Mr. Neumann, at your direct presentation yesterday, line 335619, you stated in Germany, the RSK, Reactor Safety Commission, developed a set of criteria which became known as robustness level. And you continued at 33684 that your conclusion were, and I quote, in line with the understanding of the safety philosophy provided by the Reactor Safety Commission. Now, Mr. Neumann, I'm asking a familiar question. Which expert in this arbitration is a member of the Reactor Safety Commission and has been a member since 1998?
Ja, soweit ich weiß.
To my knowledge, Dr. Grauf is part or is in a commission of the RSK.
Mr. Neumann, we've heard during Dr. Konrad's cross-examination of Mr. Kaczmarek yesterday, Mr. Kaczmarek giving the following statements at lines 331813 and 3327324. That event, Fukushima, was going to trigger costs. And that's how we've always viewed Fukushima. You'd better plan your costs to take account of that. But Mr. Neumann, your conclusion is that the Krümmel nuclear power plant would not have needed to take account of the costs for earthquakes as the only nuclear power plant in Germany?
Nein, so eine Aussage habe ich nicht gemacht. Das kann ich nicht bestätigen.
No, I cannot confirm having made this kind of statement.
Can you confirm whether there is a single nuclear power plant in Germany whose feed water supply system would be impaired by a design basis earthquake? Can you confirm for any single one, apart from Krümmel? And we're talking about the postulates again.
Herr Picker, ich kann zu den Speisewassersystemen keine...
Mr. Picker, I cannot say anything about this feed water. I can only talk about the safety system of a plant. I made an assessment or statement regarding the safety of the system. The feed water itself is not part of that system. We have to distinguish if a safety concept is viable and according to which criteria it has been designed and proven, and which events can occur at a plant and that have to be under control by the safety concept. These are two basic, very different questions. And you ask questions both regarding the occurrences that can happen, and you want a reply regarding the safety system. You can't do that. You have to separate it as far as content is concerned.
I would like to ask a final question, and then I'm finished. I would like to ask FTI to please open Exhibit Grauf 30, which was submitted in 2016 with respondents' rejoinder. And if you could please open the German version, it will only be one word that I need. And then Adobe page 5 in the German version. And if you could please scroll to the left. So these are the requirements applying to all pressurized water reactors that I asked you about, Emsland, Brokdorf, Kronde, do they not?
Das ist die Spezifikation. Wir sagen auch dazu die Störfall-Leitlinie.
That is a specification for the convoy reactor plant. This was also a basis in order to assess other power plants. And precisely this document is something I have included in my presentation. It is part of the status on which the license was granted, and also the second operating license. I can submit these.
Final question. We see at the bottom left the term Erdbeben at I7. So the license for Brokdorf and Emsland was granted on the basis that earthquakes would be withstood by these pressurized water reactors, wasn't it?
Nun, zumindest was wir hier sehen, ist die Spezifikation.
What we see here is a specification of the spectrum of incident can be look. This specification as a basis has to be used for the assessment of other power plants, and that's what has been done. And in principle, earthquakes is something that is also included for all power plants in Germany, in Brockdorf and Emsland and in Grundlemming and in Krümmel. Everywhere, it was something that was included. It has to do with the specific circus situation and the licensing period, how it was granted, and the proof of concept was pondered or was weighted differently.
I promise that was my final question, and I keep that promise.
Thank you, Dr. Pika. Mr. Anderson, any question for redirect?
There may be a few. I wonder whether I could have a 5-minute break before the redirect.
Okay, 5 minutes granted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Anna, can you hear me?
Hi, Steve. This is Anna. Can you hear me?
I hear you great. So we're getting feedback because of your phone.
All right. Okay.
Just a reminder, please join the English audio channel or German audio channel coming back from the breakout room. Thank you.
Good. All right. Ms. Anderson,
Ich bin auf dem deutschen Kanal, ja.
You have been able to reorganize your thoughts for the questions?
So you're on mute.
Ms. Anderson, you are mute. Okay.
Yes, I'm as reorganized as I can be on this issue, I think. So I'll give it a try. Mr. Neumann, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So a few short follow-up questions. The fact that your company have been working for the nuclear industry in Germany and globally, including for Vattenfall, has that in any way influenced the opinion, the contents of the opinion that you have rendered?
Nein, ganz gewiss
No,
nicht.
definitely not.
You were asked a number of questions about different German nuclear powers and power plants and their ability to withstand a design basis earthquake incident. To follow up on that, I would like you to have a look at the document, and if I can ask then FTI to bring up C188. And if you could go from so this is a stress test, EU stress test national report for Germany. And if you could then move forward to page 86 to start with. And this is, here we see the start of the section dealing with earthquake. And then if you could move forward to page 100. Here we go. And there it says under known deviations, no current deviations regarding the necessary protection against earthquakes are known. And if such deviations occur, these are dealt with in the framework of the regulatory oversight procedure. If necessary, appropriate measures are applied. And then if you move to the conclusions at page 107. And I'll read here the conclusions of the stress test report when it comes to earthquake. So according to the results, in most of the plants, no additional measures are necessary. Only one plant consider improvements to further reduce risk. These will be regulated within the routine oversight process. And if you could take away the call out, and you can make a call out on the section, 2 sections above that, the conclusion section. No, it starts with respect to design basis earthquake. There we go. Yeah. There's a note that plant who was considering improvements, that's the KVB plants, that's BBLIS. So my question to you is, what, if any, conclusions regarding the issue of whether Krimmel plant complied with the regulations regarding the protection against seismic events, in light also of Fukushima, can, in your view, be drawn from these statements in the German stress test report?
Ja, danke für die Frage.
Thank you for this question. This is one of the reports which have already been entered in my elaboration for the last hearing when we dealt with the situation of whether the licensing situation can help us to extrapolate anything, or can the current rules or the current state of knowledge, can that tell us anything? And this document says shows us very impressively that the entire spectrum of experts, of authorities, and also experts, Gutachter, that nobody had any hints that any deviation or any open issues in terms of the earthquake design is still remains at any German plans. And this is something you can extrapolate right here from this portion. And if you take a look at Fukushima, you definitely have to say that Fukushima entered into this extrapolation and into this summarizing conclusion. Because the earthquake in Fukushima itself provided some dynamic suggestions or ideas, but it did not change the state of knowledge for earthquakes or nuclear power plants in Germany. Didn't change the probability of occurrence nor the impact. So here, this is one of the key pieces of evidence, which I've included in my report, of how Germany deals with earthquakes, or how to objectively assess this issue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neumann. I have no further questions to redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I look to my colleagues. Mr. Bauer, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Law, any questions?
No, not from me, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions either. Dr. Neumann, thank you for testifying, at least as an expert witness.
Professor Vandenberg, may I apply to have one very brief question on page 69 of that document we just saw?
Is that an application for recross?
It will be very short, the question, and it only concerns page 69 of that exhibit C188 we just saw.
Okay, granted. Please.
Could FDI please show Adobe page 69 and the upper half? And then at the left, please highlight feed water lines. At the left, main steam line feed water lines. And main steam line above that. Mr. Neumann, do you see that these lines go to the reactor pressure vessel?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Nur zur Bestätigung, ja, die Frischdampfleitung, das...
Just to confirm, yes, the main steam line, in English, main steam line, and the feed water line, they're of course connected to the reactor pressure vessel. That's correct.
This is everything. I promise to be short.
Mr. Anderson, any redirect?
Oh, thank you.
And now really the moment has come, Dr. Neumann, to thank you as an expert witness and to excuse you from testifying. We take a break now for 10 minutes because the 5 minutes have already been used up by Mr. Anderson. So we resume at 1:25 p.m. CT. is back online. Professor Tomauske, can you hear me? Oh yeah, sorry. Before you said everybody goes to his or her own channel, English or German. So, Professor Tomauske, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. 1 second. Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Bruno Tomauske.
Tomauske, you appear as an expert witness for the claimants. If any questions are unclear to you, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek clarification, because if you don't do so, the tribunal will assume that you have understood the question and that your answer responds to the question.
Yes.
Now, Professor Tomauske, you will appreciate that testifying before a court or arbitral tribunal is a very serious matter. In that connection, the tribunal expects you to give the following declaration, the text of which is appearing on the screen.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you, Professor Tomauske. In addition, since we have here an online hearing, the tribunal would like you to give the following affirmation. Do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you except those authorized, that no authorized person can communicate with you?
I confirm.
Good. Professor Tomauske, now there comes the most difficult part. Can you move the camera around the room? You are 180 degrees.
Yeah, that is really difficult.
The real 360 view we get from you.
Yes.
Dr. Conrad, is that acceptable to you?
It is. Can I just confirm this is the Luther office in Hamburg?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Master, can you please take your second expert report of 30 January 2020 and go to page 16 and confirm for the record that the signature appearing above your name is your signature?
I confirm that is my signature.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any modification, correction, or amendment you wish to make to your report?
No.
Thank you. Then you have 30 minutes to make your presentation direct.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the tribunal, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start now my presentation. And the starting point is the Fukushima event, which happened in 2011. And Germany, after this event, has decided to phase out of nuclear power 2022 at the latest, end of 2022 at the latest. So the Fukushima event caused several decisions. One of these decisions had been that 8 of the nuclear power plants had to be shut down in 2011. One of those had been KKK. The resulting costs from decommissioning are calculated annually, and the company performing this cost calculation for Vattenfall is NIS. NIS is widely well known as a company doing these kind of cost calculations all over Europe. And NIS, they use a bottom-up method, which is also internationally accepted. And NIS performs plant-specific cost calculations, which also took into account the sudden and unexpected shutdown in 2011. The consequences of this shutdown in 2011 had been that there had been the outcome was that Krümmel has had fuel elements remaining in the plant with a low burn up, and these low burn up fuel elements, they require a specific license for caster cask. That had been not available at that time, and therefore a new licensing procedure had to be carried out, and also the casks had to be manufactured. And that takes time and costs. The fuel elements, they have to remain in the plant until these casks are available. These casks are transport and storage casks. As long as fuel elements remain in the plant, the operational costs are higher. That is due to the fact that a plant with spent with nuclear fuel in has to meet other licensing requirements than when there is no fuel elements in the plant. And that, of course, create higher costs. And these higher costs are due to prolonged personal costs, there are permanent maintenance costs, and there are costs for the authorities and other experts which have to control and to license all these steps. The cost difference between 2010, before the Fukushima event, and the cost calculation carried out in 2011 are 300 million euros. These 300 million euros are due to a prolonged post-operational phase and are mainly 80% caused by that. In principle, the question is what strategy a company follows. The sudden phase out leads to a longer storage of the fuel elements, and there are two alternatives existing. The first alternative is prolongation of the post-operational phase and starting decommissioning fuel-free. That had been Vattenfall's choice. The other possibility is starting decommissioning with fuel in the plant. The criteria to be taken into account are safety and costs. With respect to safety, it is quite obvious that a plant fuel-free is a safer plant than a plant with fuel elements inside the plant. That is even more obvious, taking into account that when doing decommissioning work with fuel in the plant, there might be interactions between the decommissioning work on one side and the storage of the fuel elements on the other side. Therefore, if one would use the possibility to start decommissioning with fuel in the plant, it has to be proven in a licensing procedure that there is no interaction but that there is no interaction also has to be controlled during this post-operational and the phase during the decommissioning phase. And therefore, with respect to safety, it is obvious that the situation is better starting decommissioning without fuel in the plant. With respect to costs, since the fuel elements are still stored in the plant, also in case one would start with a decommissioning with fuel in the plant, the fuel elements are in the plant. And therefore, all the measures which have to be taken during this phase. So this causes additional costs, additional time, and that has to be taken into account. The conclusion is fuel-free dismantling is a preferential path from the point of view of costs, safety, and procedures. The dismantling the plant prior to the removal of all fuel elements is possible, but it is questionable from a time and cost perspective. I come to the next slide. NES, they performed a bottom-up cost calculation, and on the other hand, and this cost calculation is a plant-specific cost calculation. Mr. Seiler, on the other hand, he had no access to cost data for specific plants. So he has chosen another way to derive costs from using provision data. And that is an indirect approach by using published provision data from RWE and ENBW. But these costs, they are only known as sums of all facilities for the operation company. And there are no specific costs for single plants or part of the plant. It is one figure for the whole utility. And they constitute average decommissioning costs for each utility. So the outcome are average decommissioning costs. But just to make it more obvious, what does it say average decommissioning costs? When I would talk about average income in Germany, that is a figure, but what would it tell us, for example, for my income or for the income of my daughter? Nothing. So from an average decommissioning cost, nothing can be gained as information for the decommissioning costs of a specific plant. The conclusion is the data only gave him access to one single average provision figure for a total of 8 RWE plants and one single figure for a total of 5 ENBW plants. And to derive costs for the decommissioning of these plants, there are too many variables in the game. And therefore, without assumptions, nothing can be derived to come to specific costs for the plants. That is also the reason why Mr. Seiler failed to disprove the NIS decommissioning costs. Mr. Seiler's assumptions had been manifold. I have shown in my report 11 different assumptions which had to be made. And there is a type of the reactor, is it the PWR or BWR, the size of the reactor, the status of the decommissioning, or for example, the cost difference between BWRs and PWRs. Here, Mr. Seiler stated that the decommissioning costs are independent of the reactor size. I will come back to this point. For the decommissioning costs, the difference between BWRs and PWRs are assumed by Mr. Seiler to be 100 million euros without giving and providing any reference for that. The results of Mr. Seiler's provision analysis are dependent on these assumptions. When we now come to the next slide, this slide deals with the provision data from RWE. I have mentioned that from RWE, we have in total 8 nuclear power plants. 4 of these nuclear power plants are BWRs. And what we can see from this slide is that there are 2 nuclear power plants, Gundremmingen, which are of a large size, more than 1,300 megawatts, and 2 very small nuclear power plants with 250 megawatts. Mr. Seiler has stated neither the plant-specific decommissioning costs nor the proportion of provisions for special effects included therein can be based on publicly available information. So a direct comparison of other power supply companies' decommissioning costs with Vattenfall's data is not immediately possible. The provisions formed by the 2 operating companies can be used, however, to calculate the underlying average decommissioning cost by way of conversion. Here I have to mention that the assumption that the decommissioning of a plant of 1,300 megawatt, a really large size plant, are the same, according Mr. Seiler's assumptions, than the 2 smaller plants with 250 megawatts, more than a factor 5 smaller. And okay, that is something which is hard to understand, to assume that the costs for the decommissioning, which are dependent on the material, on the work to be performed to demolition this plant, should be the same for a really large size plant compared to a very small plant. On the other hand, which has also to be taken into account, I have mentioned also in my report that the Krümmel plant and KKI1, ISA1 are the only plants which had been affected by the low burn-up fuel elements. Only these 2 plants had been affected by the problems that the fuel elements with reduced burn-up stayed for a longer time in the plant. That is a very important point because RWE and EnBW, they didn't have this problem. And therefore, also the situation that fuel elements with reduced burn-up could not have been integrated in their provision calculation because they didn't have the problems. So how should it be possible out of this provisions calculation to disprove Vattenfall KKK cost calculation, where we just have the problem with these reduced burn-up fuel elements, and we have it not in the RWE and NBW plants. This is really apples and oranges. The conclusion is plant-specific conclusions cannot be drawn from the RWE provision data. And to go in the next slide to the ENBW situation, Mr. Seiler, according to his provision analysis, he stated, provisions at ENBW are astonishingly higher than at RWE. The difference at RWE and ENBW in the sum of approximately 216 million euros per reactor is astounding, but cannot be clarified in greater detail with the currently available and published data on decommissioning costs. So what do we see here? The costs, ENBW, I should mention before, ENBW has only one BWR. And the calculated costs for this single BWR, according to Mr. Seiler's analysis, is 1,065 million. These ENBW BWR has not the problem with fuel elements with a reduced burn up. So one could only compare this calculation with the cost data of NES 2010, when we have had the same situation in Krümmel, that we have not to assume that there are a prolonged post-operational phase or a longer storage of fuel elements in the plant. That had been the situation in 2010. And going to 2010, what we can see is that 1,104 million euros was a cost calculation of NES for the year 2010. So taking into account that the cost difference estimation of Mr. Seiler of 100 million euros between BWS and PWRs are not really a validated figure. And if you, for example, would say 150 or 200 million would be also acceptable for this cost difference, then you can see, already here you can see, the decommissioning costs are in the same order if we don't take into account the decommissioning costs caused by the reduced burn-up fuel elements. So in principle, Mr. Seiler confirms the cost calculation of NES 2010. I will now come to slide number 9. That is a figure provided by Mr. Seiler in his first report. And what we can see here is left-hand side, black RWE PWRs, gray RWE BWRs, and in the next two columns, that is for ENBW, black the PWRs, and gray the BWRs. And I will not go to the other columns, but only to the last one, that is KKK. KKK with about 1,400 million euros with respect to the costs. What we can see from this slide is, as I have just shown, the costs for a ENBW nuclear power plant, BWR nuclear power plant, is almost the same as the costs for the Krümmel decommissioning in 2010. These costs are the same. And then we have an offset of 300 million euros caused by the fuel elements with a low burn up, which caused on one hand side the additional the prolongation of the post-operational phase, and on the other hand caused these higher costs. And these 300 million euros additional costs, of course, are not included neither in RWE nor in ENBW, because they didn't have this problem. And therefore, these could not be integrated or have been integrated in the analysis of Mr. Seiler using the provision as a basis. I would like to come back to the left side, that is with two columns of RWE. And I have shown before that RWE has two large size nuclear power plants and two small size nuclear power plants. And so only when you take the average costs, these average costs end up with these 849 million euros. If you would assume that the 5 times larger BWRs of RWE would cost 200 million more per plant, and the very small ones would cost 200 million less, then you would be also in the same order as the results of ENBW. That means about 1,100 million euros. And that is the same amount of costs as we have in NIS 2010, and the additional costs of 300 million euros could not be calculated using the method of Mr. Seiler because in the provisions of RWE or ENBW, they had not been included. And so far, he has chosen the wrong utility. If he would have chosen, for example, E.ON, a company which had been affected by low burn-up fuel elements, then he might have come to other results. So I come to my conclusions. The missing castor cast license led to a prolonged storage of nuclear fuel in the plant and therefore higher operational costs. Mr. Seiler's provision analysis provides average decommissioning costs, which say nothing about specific plant costs for a specific plant like KKK. Mr. Seiler introduced many unsupported assumptions. And Mr. Seiler is wrong to allege that the higher costs for the prolonged KKK post-operational phase are fixed costs, only spread over a longer period of time. Just to give a simple example, the electricity costs are not the same when one uses, when the prolongation from 4 to 7.5 years is 3.5 years more. You have to pay annual costs for the electricity, to have to pay annual costs for the insurance. You have the costs for the supervision of the plants, and so on and so on. All these costs are annual costs and cannot just be distributed over a longer time, but that we might discuss later on in further detail. All the different attempts made by Mr. Seiler, such as his historical analysis, provision analysis, or even expert judgment, have failed to disprove the KKK decommissioning cost calculated by NAS. And I would add, he had to fail because he was not able with his method to disprove the additional 300 million euros for the decommissioning costs of KKK. The overall conclusion from my side is that decommissioning costs calculated by NES are well-founded and reliable. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Tomaske. Mr. Ragnwall, for the cross-examination.
No.
It would be
Dr. Conrad. I will come back and redirect. Because,
redirect. Dr. Conrad, I apologize. But you appeared as the first icon on my screen.
No, that would be it. I mean, if we want to take the time and have Mr. Ragnwald cross-examine, then maybe I have then further questions. But I think it's customary that respondent and the other party takes the witness or the expert.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right, Dr. Conrad. My apologies.
Professor Tomaske, help me understand one thing. Let's imagine the plant is running. So no 13th Amendment, just as a matter of principle, so we understand and the tribunal understands how we deal with spent fuel. So what I understand is, and you can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, about a quarter of the core needs to be removed and replaced about each year. The spent fuel goes into the pool, and then you empty the pool, the spent fuel pool, and put the spent fuel elements in the castor containers. And then they go either abroad to Sellafield and The Hague or in interim storage. Is that about right?
That is about right, but not correct. And it is not correct in that way that the management of the fuel is a long time management. For years in advance, it is calculated how to optimize the usage of the fuel elements. And therefore, that is what we call shuffling. I don't know if you are familiar with that expression. Shuffling, I will explain it. Otherwise, there is no...
I don't think we need it. I mean, I wasn't... Yeah. My question was much easier. So about a quarter each year gets moved from the reactor core to the pool.
And are reloaded in the reactor, and that is the other truth one has to have in mind. That is what I meant with a long-term strategy. That means that to optimize the use of the fissile material in the fuel elements, and that is pure money for the utilities, is one of the key points in operation of the nuclear power plants. Therefore, they reduce...
I wasn't asking about the new fuel. I want just to follow the life cycle of a spent, burnt up fuel rod that is going its way, being unloaded from the reactor core into the pool. And more of these rods assemble in the spent pool and then in the castor.
No.
Is that right?
No, the last point isn't right. And that is they are don't go to the pool and then in the castor. They go in the pool, going back to the reactor, going back to the pool, going back to the reactor. And at the end, when they are on a low level of fissile material within the fuel element, then they go to the castor. That is a very important point, and therefore I said you are not correct.
Professor Tomaske, may I ask one point for clarification here? The fuel rod itself, when it is active and providing energy, how long stays that in the pool? In the core, sorry, the reactor, I should say.
So it stays in total about 3 or 4 years in the reactor, but not continuously. Perhaps after 1 year, they are unloaded in the pond, are reloaded maybe 2 years later, and so on. Therefore, to optimize the fuel management, that is a long-term strategy and is one of the most important points. And that is calculated by the plant owners, that is controlled by another company, and that is controlled by the supervising authority. That is one of the most important points dealing with the operation of a reactor. And therefore, it is not that simple that you have 4 years in the reactor, then in the pool, and then in the castor cask. That isn't the case. Therefore, I said Mrs. Conrad isn't correct.
So when you,
Dr. Conrad, take it by baby steps, please.
Sorry, yeah. When the pool is full, you take it from the pool and put it in the castor. Is that right?
I don't take it in the pool. In principle, it never happens that the pool is full, because always one has to take into account that something can happen. The reactor has to be unloaded, and there must be enough space still left so that there is no shortage. Otherwise, we would have a standstill of the operation of the plant. And the question is not when the pool is full. The question is are the fuel elements cooled down to a level, and do they fulfill the requirements for the castor cask to be unloaded?
Professor Tomaske, may I ask you, I understand you are very knowledgeable about this subject matter, but could you please limit your answers to the questions? If you miss out something, undoubtedly Mr. Regnewald, who I thought that he would do it, will come to your help in the redirect examination. Dr. Conrad, please.
Again, I'm trying to simplify it. So while a nuclear power plant is running, you still have to, during that time, take spent fuel out of the pool and put it in a castor. And as you said, it's a long-term strategy. So you have to not just manage your fuel, but also your castors as part of a long-term strategy.
Yes.
Okay, good, wonderful. So let's go to exhibit FTI, if you could. That's exhibit C53, Adobe page 16. That's the Nuclear Fuel Act in claimants exhibits, which is both in English and in German. If you go to 9A and highlight the last sentence, which in English 1A, first paragraph, last sentence, which starts in the English with the words, the delivery of irradiated nuclear fuel. Why don't you just highlight Article 1 in both languages? So is it big enough for you to see, Professor Tomaske?
Yes. When you could tell me which was the sentence.
Last sentence about Wiederaufarbeitung, reprocessing. The English one is now being highlighted. The German one, yes, that's the start of the first sentence. So what it says there that provision was, if I'm not mistaken, introduced in 2002. It says that after 1st of July 2005, you can't send fuel to La Hague or Sellafield anymore, but it has to go into interim storage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the casks, the Castor casks, we don't need the exhibit anymore, is produced by GNS, which is a subsidiary of the 4 German major energy utility companies, including Vattenfall, correct?
Besides the fact that there are also other manufacturers, yes.
And GNS had a license to build and deliver the Castor casks to any of the 4 German utilities, including Vattenfall.
Once again, this question, please.
GNS needs a license, Genehmigung.
Yeah, of course.
And this is granted by the Federal Office of Radiation Protection.
Yes.
And Max Pieker, FDI, please enable sharing by Dr. Pieker. I'm now putting on the GNS Castor license, which is exhibit SA70, Adobe page 3. First, we see the cover page.
I'm sorry, Dr. Conrad, could you repeat that number again, please?
Of course.
The
Exhibit S Sierra A Alpha 70, which is the GNS Castor license, Adobe page 3. Professor Tomowski, you recognize this license?
There had been times when I had been responsible for this licensing authority.
I know that. That's why I thought you might recognize it.
But not in 2009. Okay.
I know that as well, but thank you for confirming. Max, can you go to the line which starts with number 0? So the first one was running between 96 and 99. And then from the first revision from 97 to 2000. Between 31st December 2000 and and the second revision was starting already also there was an overlap in 2000. It was running at 31st December 21. And then there was a short gap of about 2.5 months between the second revision and the third revision. But above that, there was always an overlap. And below that, between 2002 and 2006, there was always an overlap up into including December 2009. Is that true?
Yeah, I can read that. Yes.
I have to verbalize it for the protocol. So apart from one little gap of 2.5 months, there was always a permission. Now a license. Now in 2009 in December, that license expired. Do you know when GNS got the next license for Castors?
I have read this, but I don't have it in mind.
Does 2015 sound somewhat familiar?
I don't have it in mind.
Does it sound wrong?
I don't have that in mind.
Okay. You said you were responsible for such permits and licenses at the Bundesamt für Strahlenschutz. When was that?
Also I did work in the Bundesamt für Strahlenschutz in the Radiation Protection Ordinance in Germany from 1983 to 2003, but only in the last period. I don't remember the exact date when I became responsible as a head of the department also for this licensing things. And so it might be 2000, 2001 or 2002.
And then until 27, you were at Vattenfall.
From 2003 to 2007, I joined Vattenfall.
Okay. And after that, you had no need to ask GNS to apply for a renewed license in 27 because the one that was present was still running until 2009. But could your successor at Vattenfall not have asked GNS to apply for a new Castor license?
That is a hypothetical question which I could really answer.
He could have, but he didn't. Now, until 2009, there was a plant manager at the Krümmel plant. Could the plant manager of the Krümmel plant, as part of the long-term strategy for having enough Castors, asked GNS to apply for a renewed license?
I have no information about that. In principle, he could ask everything.
Okay, in 2010, then, you remember there was no plant manager at Krümmel, but there was a deputy plant manager at Krümmel. Could that deputy plant manager have asked GNS for a renewed Castor license in order to avoid the gap until 2015?
I'm not familiar with the organization after I have left in 2007, and I'm not sure that this had been done by the plants itself or by the headquarter. So on behalf of the plants. So that I can't answer.
Your successor didn't work for the Bundesamt für Strahlenschutz. Your successor at Vattenfall, before he joined Vattenfall.
I don't think so, yes.
And also the plant managers and deputy plant managers didn't work at the Bundesamt für Strahlenschutz before.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Let's look at, and I will ask Dr. Pieker to show it, at your question 8 report, Adobe page 21, table 1. Professor Tomowska, those are your averages. You recognize those with KKK highlighted by you.
Yes, and I must apologize. There's a mistake instead of the duration of 22.5 years, it is only 21.5 because 14 plus 7.5 gives 21.5 and not 22.5. But that happened.
The 7.5, though, stays the same. No corrections to the 7.5.
Exactly, and no corrections to the 14, only to the sum. And that was my mistake.
Now, the 7.5 is the important one we want to look at.
Yeah.
And we also want to look at Brunsbüttel, which is 2 lines above and which Dr. Pieker will now highlight for you. That's KKB, and the duration for the post-operational phase is 7.4. Is that correct?
That's what's written here.
Well, it's your report. That's what you estimated.
No, I didn't do the estimation. I took the figures by somebody else, and I have referenced all that, where the data are coming from. These data are not coming from me. I have not made any assumptions about the duration of Brunsbüttel or Krümmel that I have taken from other reports, and I have referenced these reports.
Is that NIS?
I don't think so. That for the 7.4, I would have to go into my report and to analyze the references I made there that I don't have in mind at the moment.
Did you critique the numbers or calculate them, review them, check them, or you just took them as given?
First of all, with respect to Krümmel, I stepped into detail and analyzed that because, as you know, in 2010, the planning was to have 4 years for the post-operational phase, and that increased to 7.5 years in NIS 2011. And so that is what I have analyzed. Is that really well-founded? What are the times for the licensing? What are the times for the manufacturing? What is the situation with respect to do the transfer of the fuel elements into the castor cars? All that I have analyzed, and therefore, end of 2018 was a date I have accepted that it will be impossible to get rid of these fuel elements before end of 2018.
Professor Tomauska, I don't want to have recourse to the president again, but if you could limit yourself to answering my questions, that would be much appreciated.
I normally do, and I often answered with yes or no.
Can we keep it to short answers? The president will otherwise have to grant me more time, and you will be submitted to this longer. So let's look at the line directly above Krümmel. That's ISA 1, isn't it?
Yes.
And you mentioned ISA 1 earlier today at transcript page 47. No, that's Eastern Standard Time at 7:46 in the transcript, where you said, and I quote, "The Krümmel plant and the KK1, ISA 1 are the only plants which have been affected by the low burn up of fuel elements." Is that correct? Do you recall that? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
And KK1 is a 69-line boiling water reactor.
It is a boiling water reactor, that I confirm.
It's actually a series 69, the same as Krümmel.
Yeah.
It's run by E.ON.
Yes.
And it is affected by the same gap in the castor license from 2009 to 2015 as Krümmel.
Yes.
It was also shut down in 2011.
Yes.
And its post-operational phase is 5.7 years.
Yes.
Let's move to Philipsburg. That's the line, the second from the bottom, KKP1. Philipsburg 1, KKP1 is also, like Krümmel, a 69 boiling water reactor, right?
Yes.
Run by EnBW.
Yes.
Affected by the same absence of a castor license between 2009 and 2015, and was also shut down in 2011, correct?
Yes.
And its post-operational phase in your table is 5.6 years.
Yes.
And Krümmel is also a 69 boiling water reactor, right?
Right.
No castor license from 2009 to 2015 and shut down in 2011. Right or wrong?
Yes.
Run by Vattenfall?
Yes.
Duration in your table of the post-operational phase, 7.5 years?
Yes.
And for KKB, I could do the same exercise and come out at the duration of 7.4 years in your table, correct?
Yes.
And you know that Krümmel applied for decommissioning in 2015?
Yes.
And the other plants usually after 1 year after shutdown?
Yes.
There must be a reason for the late application by Vattenfall, and I couldn't quite figure it out. Do you know whether the lawyers in the arbitration or in the Bundesverfassungsgerichts proceedings recommended delaying the application for decommissioning?
Can you repeat this question?
You know that there were multiple cases before the Bundesverfassungsgericht.
I'm not familiar with that.
They exist. And this arbitration. Don't say you're not familiar with this arbitration.
In part.
So do you think that the delay in Vattenfall's decommissioning application for KKK might have been at the recommendations of the lawyers because of the pending proceedings?
I have no information about that.
Or could it be that after you were no longer with Vattenfall, you, with your previous experience at the Bundesamt für Strahlenschutz, they couldn't get it done faster because they weren't as good as you were?
I have no information about that.
Okay, let's go to Brunsbüttel. Let's change plans. Professor Tomowski, you were there during Mr. Kaczmarek's cross?
Not all the time.
Okay, Max, could you put up transcript hearing day 11, pages 3271, line 1? And we start actually on the page before because I want to give you the question so you're sure that... Sorry, FDI, can you do it?
I'm sorry, what?
Transcript of yesterday.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
3271. Sorry, 3270, starting at line 11.
Yep. 70.
If you can't find it, then I can just read it into the record.
Hang on, let me share my screen there momentarily. There you
go. Okay. Professor Tomowski, so I asked, so as I promised when we were looking at the Excel sheet, let's talk about Brunsbüttel. So Mr. Kaczmarek, you argued that in your in your actual Brokdorf would shut down at the end of 2019. For Brunsbüttel, you argued that it would have shut down, would not have been restarted in the but-for. So Brunsbüttel remains down both for the actual and the but-for. Is that correct? Answer, yes, it is correct. Next question is, what is your basis for that hypothesis? And then we go into the important part that Professor Tomowski needs to see. So that was a decision, that's the answer by Mr. Kaczmarek, that was ongoing throughout 2010 and early 2011, whether to shut down or to restart the plant. I understand the formal decision hadn't been made yet because of the measures, before the measures came into effect, but informally I was informed that that had been the decision that had been made. So Mr. Kaczmarek says Brunsbüttel was contemplated not to restart. Professor Tomowski. And
I can read that he had said that.
And we now go back to your report. Dr. Pieker will share it. Enable, please, sharing, FDI. And we have Brunsbüttel here with 7.4. So Brunsbüttel, according to Mr. Tomauske, was contemplating not reopening, but remaining shut in 2010. Still, your post-operational phase is of the same, self-same almost dimension as Krümmel, 7.4 years.
Could it be that you meant Mr. Kaczmarek instead of me?
I did, I'm sorry. So he says Brunsbüttel contemplated not reopening, but remaining shut down. So it wasn't sudden, it was being contemplated by management, but you have still 7.4 years. Is that right?
We have 7.4 years, that I can confirm, but I didn't get another question out of what you have said.
Okay, let's, FTI, could you please share NAV 125, no, sorry, Mr. Pika wants to do it. FTI NAV 125 KKK 2012-2018 Adobe page 1. Professor Tomauske, are you familiar with this document?
Not really. Maybe okay. I have seen that, but I'm not familiar with that.
But you see here on the left side, container, castor, and handling, right?
Yeah.
And then there's some green figures, and then there's years 2012, 2018 in purple.
Yeah.
And I represent to you that the first column of figures, starting with AB, escalation, etc., is the year 2012. If you want to scroll up, we can also go up and show that this corresponds to 2012.
That was now for Brunsbüttel.
This is Krümmel. We're back.
That is Krümmel. Okay.
And so you see 2012, we go down again to the line where we talk about castors, and this is Mr. Kaczmarek's data. And you see that for the year 2012, for container, castor, and handling, there is a cash flow of 9,000 euros, or even a bit more in that year. Do you see that? It's on the right side of where the mouse is hovering.
Perhaps you mean 9 million, or do you mean 9,000?
It's 9 million, but I'm reading the figures to you so you can find them more easily and not look for missing zeros.
Okay.
That's in the year 2012.
Yes.
But there was no GNS license between 2009 and 2015. So in 2012, when Mr. Kaczmarek models money are flowing out for castors, there was no GNS license. Was there a contract at that time?
I don't know if I now repeat myself, but between 2007 ongoing, I didn't work for Vattenfall. How should I know that?
You could have checked the data, for example, that you reviewed or did not review?
I have not reviewed if there is a contract. For me, the important point is when can the decommissioning start? And therefore, it is not important for me when the castor casks for the normal fuel elements are bought. That is not important for me. For me, it's important when the last fuel element will be removed from the plant. That is a difference. And Kaczmarek has other questions to answer, others than mine.
So you complain about non-existing and difficult to find castors, which didn't have a GNS license until 2015. Yet Mr. Kaczmarek models outgoing cash flow in 2012.
I think there was the opportunity yesterday to ask him. I would not like to interpret which assumption he has made. And so this opportunity was yesterday. Sorry.
I'm asking you. And I did ask Mr. Kaczmarek about this very exhibit yesterday. But let's go on about what you did, Mr. Kaczmarek.
But not about the 2012. But not about the year 2012, as far as I know, and not about the licensing.
You are the decommissioning expert for Vattenfall in this hearing?
I am a decommissioning expert engaged for this hearing.
Well, if you are in doubt about the decommissioning experts for Vattenfall in this hearing, let's start with that. So you left Vattenfall in 2007. When were you approached first for this arbitration?
I don't have that in mind exactly, but about beginning of 2014, something like that.
Well, as witness in 2013. You don't recall that?
Yeah, I don't have the exact dates in mind. Therefore, I just mentioned it, that I don't have these dates in mind.
There were at that time decommissioning experts. For example, Mr. Charles of Sergeant Lundy, who in paragraph 7 of his report of 27 September 2013 said, and I can put it on the screen if you want, that he conducted a high-level review of the costs estimated based on information provided, its knowledge of decommissioning in the United States, and publicly available information. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Then there was another expert, Mr. Hackel, the one with the doubtful hospitalization, who in his expert report of 2015, in paragraph 7 stated, I understand that claimants have based their arguments and calculations on information and data that was available in 2011, particularly on the NIS cost assessment prepared in 2011. Do you recall that?
I have read that.
Okay, and neither of them is here today, and you're the last decommissioning expert standing for Vattenfall in this case, right?
It seems to be.
Yes. So let's go to your report, Adobe page 21, paragraph 70, which Dr. Peger will show. And there you say, Mr. Seiler has estimated the time frame for the decommissioning phases. This estimation was not based on any source. You see that?
At the moment, everything is moving at the moment, so I don't see anything, really.
Sorry, Adobe page 5.
Could you highlight what I should read?
Compared to his first report, Mr. Seiler did not provide references for the RWE and ENBW provision reports he has used.
Yes.
I will now show you 2 exhibits to Mr. Seiler's report, and that are the ones that we ask FDI to put, Max will put up. That's SA 68 in English. Do you recognize that document? It's the RWE Annual Report 2010. Do you recognize reviewing it in connection with Mr. Seiler's report?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 69, also submitted with Mr. Seiler's third report. That's the ENBW annual report of 2010.
Yes, I know that after he has given a reference. Before he didn't give a reference. That was what I mentioned.
Meaning that your assertion that he did not base it on any source was false?
No, because what is really scientifically absolutely clear, if you make a statement, you have to give a reference and not say there is or there might be, or even that he didn't say. He just alleged that there is a reference, but he didn't give a reference where I could have proven that. And to say afterwards that I could have looked into RWE documents and I would be able then to find these data, that is not the way one communicates on a scientific basis. And so that was not correct. And that I have read in my comment. And then I got the references, and then I have seen that in the in his documents.
So there is now a source, but Vattenfall...
Now it is a source.
Now it's a source, we agreed. Okay, good. Then you no longer uphold your sentence. So let's talk about NIS data. FTI, could you please, and this is really for FTI, put two documents in parallel on screen. One is SA 53 NIS 2010A lower stroke DE Adobe page 45. FDI. Okay, I give you also the other document. I will ask Mr. Tomowski another question in the interim to save time. The other one is NAF 094 understroke 2011 understroke NIS Gutachten understroke KKK final, German, Adobe page 44. While you're looking, there are 2016 rejoinder documents. Mr. Tomowski, you relied on NIS data. Did you recalculate the data?
I'm sorry, Dr. Conrad, you bleeded out on the first words of your question. Can you start it again?
Okay. Professor Tomowski, did you recalculate the data provided by NIS?
What do you mean with the data?
Well, NIS has data, and we're going to show you the two graphs that you use. I'm asking you whether you cross-checked, reviewed, recalculated, validated the data you got from NIS.
Again, which data?
The one you rely on?
That is very unspecific. I have recalculated, for example, the extent, the prolongation of the duration due to the reduced fuel elements. That is one point. The other point is I have made a plausibility check with respect to the costs of the post-operational phase, the yearly cost of the post-operational phase, and the cost increase of the post-operational phase. For the rest, not much had changed between 2010 and 2011. So if you would ask me, do I have checked the decommissioning cost for 2010, then I would also say I made a plausibility check that these costs are insofar correct.
FTI, are you ready? I'm also missing the...
I'm not finding SA 53 anywhere.
Look at the counter memorial SA 53.
The counter memorial. Oh, I have marriage respondents counter memorial. Is that actually SA 53?
No, there's an exhibit called SA53.
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
It's with the 2014 counter memorial.
2014 counter memorial, all right.
If I may assist at that point to facilitate the matter?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
So you are in the folder of the 2014 Respondents Counter Memorial.
Yep.
Then you go to Expert Reports.
Uh-huh.
Then you go to Xyla.
Uh-huh.
Then you click on Exhibits.
Uh-huh.
And then you scroll to the very bottom.
I see it. Thanks.
And then, yes, thank you, the German version, please.
The German version, all right, thanks.
And next to each other, please.
Yep. Momentarily here.
And put the SA53 left of the NAF 094.
Okay. Give me a moment, please.
Mr. President, this is taking terribly long, so I will ask for some indulgence as regards timing. These things have to be operated by FTI because we cannot show them side by side.
They need to be located first. That's the issue.
And
here we go.
Wonderful. Again, can you put
Yep, thank you.
SA53 to the left?
Uh-huh. And
NAF 094 to the right.
there you go.
No, that's right. So in SA53, go to Adobe page 45. And in the other one, go to Adobe page 44. In the German version, you have put on the English version. Well, there may be a similar graph. If you still have the English version, maybe we can find it on 44 or 45 somewhere. Okay, the German page, Adobe page 44 for the right one and 45 for the left document, please. Good, finally. Professor Tomowski, you know these two graphs?
Yes, I do.
And the scale on the left-hand side, FTI, if you could help him by making it a bit bigger, the scale goes from 0 to 350.
Yes.
And the black letter text on the left-hand side says Anzahl Eigenpersonal, number of own personnel.
Yes.
And in the 2010 report from the NIS, which we see on the left side, we see a steady decline from 2019 to 2023.
Yes.
And the only year where the Nachbetriebsphase, post-operational personnel exceeds 250 is the first year.
Yes.
If we go...
It doesn't exceed 350.
It does not even reach 350. I asked whether the purple, light purple, violet colored column for post-operational phase only exceeds in the 2010 NIS 250 in the first year 2019. Is that right?
I didn't get the question clearly. I'm now going to the left-hand side or to the right-hand side?
Left-hand side, which is NIS 10.
Yes.
FTI, can you visualize the line 2500? So, sorry, 250? Yes,
yeah,
here.
I see that. Yes, no problem.
And the violet colored graph for post-operational phase only exceeds, goes over, überschreitet 250 in one single year, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, now we go to the table on the right-hand side. And to make it easy for Professor Tomauske, FTI, please highlight the 250 line.
Not necessary.
Okay, so the 250 is exceeded in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the year 2017, which is the 7th year, is higher than the 2nd year in the 2010.
Yes.
And you said that you specifically verified this data.
Yes.
Was this data provided to NIS by Vattenfall?
I have no information about that.
You did not check?
I did not check.
During the cross-examination on hearing day 10, the cross-examination of Dr. Kleen, were you present at that time?
I was present at that time, yes.
And that's transcript day 10, page 3116, lines 19 to 3117, lines 4. And he was asked by Dr. Pieker whether SAP data was available by Vattenfall, and Dr. Kleen confirmed this. Do you recall that?
Not really.
Did you ask for SAP data going into the NIS reports?
No.
Did you get SAP data to verify the NIS report data?
I didn't ask for them and I didn't get that.
And NIS is not present here today.
That you should ask Vattenfall and not me.
You didn't see them lurking in the breakout room, I assume.
I haven't seen anyone of NIS people.
Max, can you bring up, or FTI, since you're on it, can you bring up Professor Tomauske's slide direct number 4? And highlight fuel-free dismantling is preferential. Do you know who has been hired for the decommissioning of the Krümmel power plant?
I don't remember, no.
The name Henry Cordes, does that ring a bell?
Of course, I know him very well.
And he did appear as expert at the 2016 hearing.
Exactly.
And Max, can you bring it up? FTI, please enable sharing. And I'm bringing up respondents' opening presentation slide 61 from the 2016 hearing. Do you remember that, Professor Tomauske?
Yes, I remember that.
And Henry Cordes argued forcefully at that hearing that decommissioning with fuel in the plant is his preferred way of proceeding.
He can say that.
I have one. Oh, do you also know that ESA 1 and Philipsburg, the ones with the shorter post-operational phase that we saw in your table, in your report, also decommissioned with fuel in the tank?
The most important information in that line is that the total duration of ESA 1 is 3 years more than for Krümmel. And that confirms my view that the decommissioning without fuel in the plant is faster.
But the post-operational
phase is shorter.
Shorter, good.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Professor?
That is not the difference between us, I think. That is not the difference. You have a earlier start, but a longer decommissioning phase. And then you have to analyze what is preferential. And there are many hints that it's preferential to do decommissioning in a faster way without fuel elements in the plant. That is the only message.
Dr. Piga, can you go to exhibit to Mauske 40? So let's go to what you've just mentioned, and we are showing it with Dr. Pica's mouse here. And he is highlighting ESA 1, isn't he? And he's highlighting a fade out.
That is correct. But it has nothing to do with the data given from E.ON with respect to the transitory paragraph 7 to the BMWI, because there are exact dates. And if somebody from the BMWI makes a picture out of that and brings in these different colors, there is no information given by the utilities that that is a correct way. So also if you highlight that, that has no meaning, because there is no information. The utilities had been asked, and they are forced to give the data when the decommissioning will be finished. And they gave that, and that is the data I have used. And if here somebody makes a picture with fading out, and this fading out is the same for all of the nuclear power plants, even not depending on the time scale. And so that is just made by a tool, and that there is no analysis behind. That is just a picture.
You just
proves
said
nothing. Sorry.
And you rely on that picture, but have you looked
No.
at the specific?
No, that's not true. I have never relied on that picture.
I understood your cross differently. Again, have you checked and reviewed the specific numbers for ESA 1?
I have checked the data given by ESA 1 with respect to the paragraph 27, paragraph 7, transparency law. I have checked that. And that is not what is shown here in this figure. And therefore, I do not confirm anything. And I didn't use this picture at any time.
During the preparation of your witness statement, your witness statement and your reports for the entirety of this case, so not just the question 8 phase, with which lawyers did you communicate?
I did communicate with a lot of lawyers. I'm not sure that I know all the names of these lawyers. Of course, I had contact to Jacob Ragenwald. I have had contact to Dr. Happ. I had contact to Dr. Scherpf. I had contact to Mrs. Tönnes. I have had contact to Mr. Aubert. I have had contact to the other guy, to few other guys from the Swedish company. I have had contact to Mr. Metzentin, and I have had contact to Mr. Oshka, and so on. I would say I have had contacts because you didn't specify what means contact. I have had contacts with almost everybody from the Vattenfall side within this arbitration case.
And from Luther, from the Düsseldorf office?
From Luther, from the Düsseldorf office at the during the first preparation of the first hearing, I have had contact. I remember at least to one guy, that was Mr. Leidinger.
Indeed.
And yeah, indeed.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Ms. Agnawald, now it's your turn. How many minutes do you estimate your redirect to last?
I don't think I will be long, but would request 5 minutes to confer with my colleague, if I may, Mr. President.
But then we take the break for 30 minutes, and you come back after the 30 minutes. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Professor Tomaska, you are under testimony, and it means that you are not allowed to discuss this case with anyone.
I know that. Thank you.
Recess until 3:30 CET.
And we will need to check on Mr. Ragenwald's microphone. He's coming through very, very poorly. Steve or TJ, are you both there?
Here, what's up?
Yeah, Ragenwald's coming through very badly. It sounds like he's at the bottom of the fishbowl and talking through a wool blanket.
Yeah, we can
we
take a
got to
look.
work on that because I am not going to get his questions if he's going to ask them in English.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, okay. I mean, did you hear it too?
Honestly, I wasn't paying attention at the moment. I was looking for any other files I might be missing. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll deal with that right before we go back on then.
You got it.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Steve or TJ, David here.
Hey, David.
Hey, is Jakob back on yet? Jakob Ragnall?
No.
Okay.
They're still in the breakout rooms.
Okay. When he comes back on, we need to really work on his microphone because I don't think he's got one. And it was very, very bad.
Okay.
When he spoke, and I think we're heading into some troubled waters. So the sooner he gets on, the better.
All right. Got it.
I'm hanging out here now. So
okay. That sounds good.
Thank you.
I just sent them a message, David.
This is Anna testing to see if David can hear me. Can you give me a signal, David or Steve, whether this is working?
Perfect.
Yes,
Awesome.
I can hear you. I can hear you just fine.
Okay, let's
But
hope that works.
Did you hear Jakob's microphone,
I did.
though?
Yes, that was very
Am I
bad.
the only one?
No.
It's pretty bad, wasn't it?
It was very bad.
Okay, good. I want to make
Okay.
sure I'm not losing my marbles.
Oh gosh, not you. Thank you.
That time is coming. Mr. President, this is David Caston.
David?
I think we have a problem with Jakob's microphone, so we need to test it out. It sounded really bad when he started speaking towards the end of the last session.
Let's see. Mr. Hartwald, you are unmuted, but apparently not audible for David, the court reporter. Can you test it?
Are you speaking to me, Mr. President?
I was speaking to you, but...
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that.
No,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but you're not clear.
You have a microphone from Star Wars movie.
I have the same microphone that you recommended me to buy.
No, right. No, this ET is calling. Okay, can you have a better microphone?
Or maybe perhaps if you could just check that the microphone is selected for Zoom, click the up arrow in the bottom left corner on the mute button and just make sure that you see that the microphone is the one that should be selected. The correct microphone is selected.
How's this?
Much better.
Much better. All right. Okay.
Thank you. I'm happy.
Okay.
Thank you. I've been using this for a week and no one has told me this. I'm happy for the assistance.
It has to do with the plug. When you unplug it and plug it back in,
it's
you
okay.
couldn't make it.
You're doing fine. All right, Mr. Dagwald, now it's your floor. Now it's your moment. The redirect.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, Professor Tomowski, I would ask FTI to bring up your second expert opinion again. And page 20. So I think one could be, yes, thank you very much. You recall being asked a series of questions on this particular page?
Yes.
Now, as you can see, this is part of your Appendix 1 to your second expert opinion.
Yes.
Can you just, by way of context, describe to the tribunal what you're doing in this Appendix 1?
Yes, in the third report, Mr. Seiler had mentioned that what he has said was correct before and is still correct. This still correct means now, ex post. And that was a reason why I had to answer to this allegation that it is still correct, because it isn't still correct. And therefore, I prepared this annex.
Thank you. If you can then have a look at paragraph 72, please, which is the paragraph immediately preceding the table on which you were asked a series of questions. And could I ask you to read paragraph 72 into the record, please?
For the subsequent table 1, I have analyzed the data in the governmental report for the NPPs which were shut down in 2011.
In the second right-hand, in the second column, duration post-operational phase, you there set out a number figures for the different phases for the different plants, correct? You see that?
Yes, correct.
You were asked a series of questions about that as well, were you not?
Yes, I were.
And you were asked what the source for that was. Do you recall that?
I recall that, and as far as I remember, I'm quite sure that had been no, I would like to come to make a statement. One has to have a look on the references.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the references. And just below the table 1, reads duration of the different phases for the MPP's shutdown in 2001. And then within brackets, it says basis is 6.7. You see that?
Yeah.
And so let's have a look at the references that you give here.
Yes. Yeah.
And if I could ask the FTI please to turn to page 16. And that is probably then the Adobe page 15. Thank you. Could you, for the record, state which sources are sources 6 and 7?
Yeah, that I was just telling because I thought it was the paragraph 7 transparency law. So I will give it. I will read this text. Deutscher Bundestag, 19. Wahlperiode.
Professor Tomasky, you don't have to read it. You can just, I think, in simple terms, explain what this is.
Okay, that is an annual report which have to be prepared by all plants, by all utilities, to inform the government about the dates, decommissioning dates, and the costs. Both, or not the costs, the provisions. Both informations are part of this of a report, which on this basis had been published or given first to the parliament and then published by the German ministry. And that I used for the analysis I have given in this table we have just seen before.
And what is the date of this data and the date of these reports?
The date of this report is November 2018.
Thank you. You were then asked a couple of questions, or I should say, series of questions about caster casks and the license procedure. You remember that?
Yes.
And at line 8:31:11 in the provisional transcript, you said that for you it was important when the last fuel element will be removed from the plant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you explain why it is important for you?
Yeah, in difference to what the target of Mr. Kaczmarek is when he assumes costs will arise. For me, it is important when the plant becomes fuel-free. That is the most important point because it defines the date when the operational boundary conditions changes, because when there is no fuel at the plant anymore, of course one can reduce the many of the measurements which have to be, due to safety reasons, be followed before. That is the main reason why it is important when the last fuel element will be removed from the plant. That fuel elements which had been removed before are not of any interest for me, because the last one defines the date for the measures which have to be met based on the license.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I look to my colleagues. Professor Lowe, is there any question you wish to ask? No? Mr. Bauer?
No, thank you.
I have no questions.
We have an application for recross? Or okay. Does the President have first questions?
No, I have no question. Granted.
Thank you. Professor Tomauske, you were just shown the, what I would loosely call the paragraph 7, Deutscher Bundestag, transparency report by Mr. Ragenwald.
Yes.
These usually come out end of November.
Yes.
And you were shown the one of 2018 for 2017.
Yes.
Do you know that last Wednesday, just before the hearing, the report for 2019 was communicated to the German Bundestag?
I was here in this hearing, so I didn't care about that.
It was before
No.
the hearing.
Yeah, but I would say no.
Mr. President, I have an urgent application for admitting an additional document into the record, and that is the 2020 report for 2019, because it updates the decommissioning timeline both for Krümmel and means that it will be relieved from the atom- und strahlenschutzrechtlichen Überwachung only in 2036, and that the conventional demolition is expected for 2038, whereas the numbers for ISA 1 do not change.
Okay, Mr. Ragenwald, first of all,
Well, I
do
mean,
you have any, before you react, do you have any questions for redirect?
no, Mr. President.
Okay, then you have the next thing is, would you like to comment on the application?
Well, I've not had the opportunity to review it. I'm not even aware of it. But in principle, we will of course object. It's simply too late to bring in a document at this stage. Based on what Dr. Conrad just said, it seems to have been available before the hearing, so the application should have been made then, not now. It's belated.
We and my client have just been made aware basically during the break.
Okay, Dr. Conrad, you can make the application in writing, and then the claimants may comment on also in writing, and then we will rule on it.
Good, thank you. Then I have a second question for recross for Professor Tomauske.
Oh, I thought you had already finished.
No, I was going, if you ruled on my application, I was going to ask questions on the report that I've seen for about 5 minutes. And I would have been going through it with the benefit of Professor Tomauske's fresh eyes, because we both would have been reading those for the first time.
Okay, what's your question?
That was the first one that I wanted to ask, if you had immediately granted my application, but I have a second question for which I do not need the report.
Okay, you go ahead with your second question. It's pretty unusual to have recross each time. Huh?
Professor Tomauske, you were asked in redirect about the importance of fuel in the tank for decommissioning by Mr. Ragenwald.
I did not ask that question, Mr. President.
Yeah.
That was not a question that was brought up in redirect.
Then let me go to what you did ask.
Rephrase your question, Dr. Conrad.
Yes, I'm going to do that. I just need to find the right place in the transcript. Page 501. You were asked by Mr. Ragenwald at line 82011 in the provisional transcript. You said for you it was the last fuel element will be removed from the plant. Do you recall that? Answer, yes. Could you explain why it is important? Answer, yeah.
Well, that's a slightly different question than the one that was
I'm reading from a provisional transcript. The question for you, Professor Tomauske. Brokdorf is decommissioning with fuel in the tank. Yes or no?
I don't know, because that has not yet been started.
They have a decommissioning application which provides for fuel in the tank.
Yes, but that can be changed.
Other than Krümmel, there's no plant that's preferring without fuel in the tank. All of the others do it with fuel in the tank.
That is an ex post information. That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Maybe, perhaps, yeah, okay.
Langwald, any redirect question?
I can just ask if Professor Tomalski seemed to have something to add to what he just said. So that could be a redirect question if you want to continue. So.
Yeah, if it is like that, it is like that. I have no comment on that. That doesn't mean anything for me, because my question was from the ex ante point of view, the situation was completely different, and all the utilities at that time had been in favor to start decommissioning without fuel elements in the tank. And that is what I have mentioned as an ex ante position, and that this might change from an ex post view doesn't mean anything for me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Professor Tomaska, for testifying. You know, excuse as an expert witness. A few minutes for changeover for the next expert witness. Gara, you advised me that it would be how many minutes do we need for changeover?
I believe it's 3 minutes, but Steve can confirm when the next witness is ready.
Just a few minutes, Mr. President.
Okay, a few minutes is, so let's stay until 3:55.
That would be plenty of time. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you like the breakout rooms?
Dr. Blasig, this is David. I'm the court reporter. Can you unmute yourself and say a few words for me?
Unmute.
Almost. Now you're now you're fine. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I just want to make sure that your microphone is clear, and you are. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. President, you're on mute. Just a reminder for all to please join the English or German audio channel. Thank you.
I tried to find something else. Okay. Okay, no, that's the other one. Good. Dr. Blasey, can you hear me? Sorry. For everyone else, you have to either choose English or German on your interpretation button. Right. Now, Dr. Blasey, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Blasey, could you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Helmut Blesig.
Dr. Blasey, you appear as an expert witness for the claimants.
Yes.
I understand that you will testify in the English language or with the assistance of interpreters.
I will give the presentation in English, and then I switch for the cross and afterwards to German.
Right. So if any question is unclear, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek clarification. Because if you don't do so, the tribunal assumes you have understood the question and that you answer a response to the question.
Okay, I will do.
Dr. Blazer, you will appreciate that testifying before a court or arbitral tribunal is a very serious matter. In that connection, the tribunal expects you to give the declaration, the text of which is on the screen.
Ich schwöre bei meiner Ehre, dass ich in meinem Gutachten nach bestem Wissen
I
und
solemnly
Gewissen
declare upon my honor and conscience that my
erstatten
statement will
werde.
be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you, Dr. Blazig. Since we are in an online hearing, there's an additional affirmation that the tribunal expects you to give, which is the following. Do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you except those authorized, and that no authorized person can communicate with you?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay. So your iPhone is not on your desk?
My iPhone and my iWatch. So you can see it.
Thank you. All right. So then I have one further question is, can you move around the camera so to have a scan of the room?
Sure, I can do. So. Okay. Oh, now the picture is gone.
I see you.
You see me?
All right, I can see. Okay, try to turn further.
Further, then the cable is off.
The cable is off. All right, okay. Then turn the other way around, other clockwise.
Yeah, otherwise. So that's the middle, and now that's the other side.
All right, Dr. Pika, is that okay? All right, Dr. Pika, is that okay for you?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, so then, Dr. Blachy, can you go to your report of 21 January 2000?
Yes, just a moment. I want to put in all the cables that we...
Everything looks good from this side, sir.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
You're fine, thank you.
Yeah, that's our report.
Okay, could you please go to page 20? And confirm for the record that this signature appearing above your name is your signature?
That's my signature.
Thank you.
I can confirm.
Is there anything you would like to correct, amend, or modify in the report?
No, nothing.
Then you're all set to give your presentation in direct for 30 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Tribunal. My name is Helmut Blesig, and I like to present the second joint report from Mr. Bolke and me. Our qualifications were described in the reports, and because there are no big changes to 2016, I like to come directly to the technical part. Okay. I will start with an introduction. Then I will present Vattenfall's backfitting approach and the assessments of Vattenfall, Dr. Grauf, and ours in terms of cost and availability. I will conclude with final remarks. Next slide, please. The tribunal had asked the parties to present their respective cases regarding the alleged damage if the valuation date would not be March 2011, but 29th of June 2011. Dr. Grauf pretends to have done this in his third report. That's Grauf 3, paragraph 1. I will not comment on this aspect. He makes two main assertions in his report. First, he repeats his old claims of 503 million euros for retrofit for Krümmel, although discussed in 2016 without any additional explanations. We have not discussed this in our report, but the aspects are summarized in our Appendix A. Second, he claims additional cost and lower availability due to aging because of lifetime extension for Krümmel and Brockdorf. Although there were no new facts available between March and June 2011 relating LTE. But both assertions are misplaced and no additional costs are necessary because Dr. Grauf's assumptions are invalid. This was explained in our second report, and I will summarize this in the following. Next slide, please. Now I will come to Vattenfall's backfitting approach, which is important for the whole discussion. As explained in several reports and statements, Vattenfall started in 2000 a systematic approach for backfitting of the plant for about 60 years. This was based on a plant-specific operating experience, inspections of components, failure statistics, and international experience, etc. This was done for all different components and systems and is part of aging management. The priority of the measures and the necessary costs were analyzed and were included in a budget list. In 2003 already, Vattenfall started to implement projects after the change of the German atomic law in 2002. In 2010, Vattenfall updated their backfitting list, plant life extension PLEX, because of the change of the energy concept. 12 additional years of full-time operation were added to the 32 years fixed in 2002. Aging and lifetime extension were considered. The basis for additional volumes were fixed based on a so-called Bund-Länder agreement on discussions between BMU, the Länder, and the utilities. And as well, there was a discussion in the technical area as well. These projects were planned to be implemented in yearly outages in a step-by-step approach to handle the projects as good as possible. in normal or extended outages to minimize the complexity and the impact to availability. By this, the financial risk of the company was minimized. This is the safety-oriented approach of renewal in the nuclear industry in Germany, which is different to other industries. Because of the safety-oriented exchange of components and systems, and not the wear-out-oriented approach of Dr. Grauf, with the improved quality and increased reliability, the failure rate would have decreased in the long term. The area of increased failure rate will not be reached, and the routine maintenance cost will not increase. Dr. Grauf does not consider all these information in all his 3 reports. Next slide, please. Dr. Grauf several times complains in his report that in Vattenfall's planning, the cost do not increase with age and the availability does not decrease, because he does not look into the detail of the planning or does not understand Vattenfall's complete strategy. In section 2.3 and 3, Dr. Grauf describes his assumptions on a theoretical model. In Dr. Grauf's statement in section 4.1 of Grauf 3, paragraph 122, he explains the basis for his assumptions. I quote, "It is apparent to me that in 2011, for KKK, no or only very preliminary estimates for LTE consideration would have existed. Otherwise, the claimants or their experts would have provided aging consideration and demonstration with a 2008 periodic safety review report, including the assessment of the aging status of all relevant components. Instead of discussing Navigant 105A item by item, Dr. Grauf presents in section 4 his assumptions of cost for Krümmel and Brockdorf based on the theoretical description of aging in his section 3. Dr. Grauf adds revision, extension, and costs in the appendices 1 and 3 for Krümmel and 5 and 8 for Brockdorf of Grauf 3. The reasons from his point of view are: additionally, replacements in general because of his view of increasing failure rates. Additionally, costs due to licensing measures. Underestimated LTE CapEx because of the missing projects, and additionally OPEX because of additionally reactor pressure vessel inspections. This is the last point is only for KKK. He does not discuss claimant's case in detail. Next slide, please. Oh, you are fast. Evaluation of Dr. Grauf's cost assessments. Most of the aging aspects described in Grauf section 3 were part of the analysis Vattenfall did from 2000 onwards. Based on the operating experience for each of the component system, Vattenfall did analysis to decide if partial or complete renewal will be necessary in the future. Or it can stay longer than the 40 years. Vattenfall had a very detailed planning for long-term operation. The results of aging assessment were presented by Vattenfall in form of backfitting planning, implemented in cost list like Plex and from Navigant. The aim of the periodic safety review that Dr. Grauf refers to is not a badging planning. It is to entirely check the safety status of the plant based on the newest technology knowledge and to demonstrate a balanced safety concept based on best estimate calculations for the next 10 years. The practical methodology of Vattenfall was different to the theoretical assumptions of Dr. Grauf. Dr. Grauf takes the same approach, but different values for Brockdorf. Dr. Grauf's basis is wrong, and therefore all assessments must be invalid. They do not address how the plants would have operated when the measures would have been implemented as planned. Dr. Grauf should have analyzed the complete backfitting strategy and the complete budget and the impact from one area to the other. Vattenfall's or claimant's detailed budget planning is in our expert review plausible and in line with the industry experience when the renewal of a plant starts early. Now I like to drink a little bit. Okay, now I come to the topic of availability. Oh, picture 6 or slide 6 is there. Because Dr. Grauf does not recognize that Vattenfall performed detailed long-term planning, was planning many modernization projects, took different aging aspects into account, reduced the routine maintenance by improved and more reliable new components, and tried to avoid unplanned unavailability. Unplanned unavailability, he sets forth his own approach. I quote from Graph 3, paragraph 136 and 37. It is also difficult to list this normal aging as a separate item. The total of the many individual measures ultimately results in a disproportionately large increase in the routine maintenance cost. I have therefore taken an approach that reflects this disproportionate increase of routine maintenance for the definition of production values for cost considerations. To consider the consequences on the plant availability, I added additional revision days for routine ongoing maintenance from the 35th year of operation onwards, starting for KKK with 2 to 3 days, and it gradually rises up to 5 days with reduction at the end of the expected lifetime. It is customary that towards the end of the operating period, only absolute required maintenance is carried out. End of quote. On the other hand, he interprets Vattenfall outage planning in paragraph 128. From 2015 onwards, by contrast, standardized figures of 24 days are used for planned revision periods and 11 days for unplanned revision periods. That is the data of Mr. Kaczmarek assumes decreased planned revision periods as of 2014. Moreover, these periods are projected to be continued unchanged up to a lifetime of 53 years, with 2 exceptions in 2020 and 2022. End of quote. Based on the appendices 1 and 3 in graph 3, it is obvious that he does not take the whole outage planning into consideration. Now I come to our evaluation of the relating availability. Next slide. Vattenfall's planning of availability for LTE includes regular outages, longer outages, and 2 very long outages of 150 days in 2020 and another 109 days in 2022, as well as unplanned outages, shutdown or outage extension until 2033. The total Vattenfall planning for LTE is equal to about 50 calendar years of operation. Dr. Grauf's planning is due to lower utilization 53 years. The planned availability for LTE of 85% is equal to an average of 55 days per year not operating the plant. In the last 5 years of operation, almost no capex projects and only normal revisions lengths of 24 days can be expected. During the 5 to 10 years before cessation of operation, a decreasing number of projects will be implemented, concentrated in longer outages. If there are large projects, plant manager will adopt the strategy to implement them progressively in several outages of about 36 days. For example, in the first outage, install some cables. In the second outage, put in the cabinets for electronic or electric equipment and all the equipment, and then connect these with the cables. And then you can do, during operation, you can do some tests on this equipment. And then in the third outage, then you can do, for example, perform startups tests. Therefore, with a proper implementation strategy, very long outages can be avoided. In the 2 very long outages planned for 2020 and 2021, other big projects can be implemented, then the conversion of the reactor protection system and the replacement of piping and valves in parallel. Vattenfall's planning can be confirmed by actual German experience. But no German BWR and as well PWR unit has operated or will operate 40 years due to the phase out. Therefore, we have taken US experience only for availability, not for cost assessments. The US plant Peachbottom have operated more than 40 years. It's a BWR and started in 1974 and reached in the period of 2016 to 2018 more than 95% availability after modernization. The average utilization factor of US plants have remained above 98% over the last 10 to 15 years. This includes several long operating plants as well after several modifications. Dr. Grauf added additionally revision days after 35 years of operation to the Vattenfall planning based on a wrong basis. He attempts to justify the bathtub curve. Dr. Grauf does not take the whole planned outage time of Vattenfall into consideration. Vattenfall's planning of 85% availability is based on German and international experience. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Tribunal, I now come to my concluding remarks. Next slide, please. Okay. In 2000, Vattenfall started analysis for a systematic approach for bed-fixing of the plant for long-term operation. They started to implement projects in 2003 and updated the planning for LTE in 2010. The planning was included in the budget. Dr. Grauf's view in paragraph 43 of Graph 3 that, I quote, some additional cost for Brockdorf and Krümmel in case of LTE have been provided in Navigant 105A and Navigant 111 ignores material presented in the report by Mr. Bolke and in various cost reports by the claimants in these proceedings. Dr. Grauf does not take the existing aging management and renewal projects of KKK into consideration. Dr. Grauf does not assess the conservative approach of 85% plant availability. This is equal to totally 15% unavailability made by Vattenfall before adding further downtimes by his own experience. Instead, Dr. Grauf speculates about cost and unavailability for additional revision and repair times and substitutes the conclusion and data provided by the claimants with his assumptions and his experience. Then Dr. Grauf transfers his erroneous assumptions and therefore his conclusions also to the planning of Brockdorf. The claimant's planning is, in our expert view, plausible and in line with the industry experience when the renewal of the plants starts early. Vattenfall's planning of 85% availability is based on German and international experience. Therefore, Dr. Grauf's conclusions are invalid and must be completely ignored. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to present the report. Mr. President, are there questions to my presentation?
Thank you, Dr. Blesig. I think the first questions will be asked by Dr. Pika in cross-examination.
Okay, that's fine as well.
Dr. Pika, please proceed.
Hello, Dr. Pika.
Hello, Dr. Blesig. Is everyone hearing me fine? Just to check at the beginning.
Sure.
Yeah.
The interpreters as well?
Ja, ich höre ihn gut.
I can hear the interpreter well now.
Then, Dr. Blesig, I would like to start with what you stated at 10:23:46 of the provisional transcript. Dr. Blesig, you stated Dr. Grauf does not take the existing aging management of Krümmel into consideration. Dr. Blesig, in that regard, I would like to ask FTI kindly to open your expert report of 22nd January 2020. And could FTI please go to Adobe page 13 and zoom in the full table?
Yeah.
Dr. Blesig, here you summarize several projects, do you not?
Yeah.
And the projects are taken from...
Das sind Modernisierung und...
Those are modernization and CapEx projects, so investment projects.
And do I understand it correctly that that table has been taken from Mr. Bolke's first report of 2013?
Jawohl.
Indeed.
Table 25.
Table 25.
And do I understand correctly that Mr. Bolke, when making that report in 2013, relied on exhibit NAV 105?
Da müsste ich nachgucken.
I would have to look that up. I have to report here, which, by the way, we prepared together, myself and Mr. Bolke.
So, das war.
So, it was?
Table 25.
Let me see, table 25.
Das ist die Verfügbarkeit.
This is availability.
Wo finde ich die Tabelle? Ach,
I will find this table somewhere. It seems to be coming up right here.
So.
Okay.
Das ist in Bezug Table 1.
This is related to table 1. 105A. Yes, that is correct. That was the list.
Exhibit 105A or Exhibit 105?
Also, das war 105.
So it was 105, but there was a correction in 105A, which, however, was a minor one from our perspective. There was a few additions, but it was a minor change, a minor value. So it would be higher, the value would then be higher.
But the change, Dr. Blesig, has been rectified in 2015. And that table is from 2013, right?
The interpreter did not understand the year you just mentioned. Please repeat for the interpreter.
Exhibit 105 was rectified in 2015, and that report taken from Mr. Bolke's first report is from 2013. Is that correct?
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
You earlier stated at 10:06:30 of the transcript, in 2010, Vattenfall updated their backfitting list plex because of the change of the energy concept. To confirm, Dr. Bolke, Dr. Blesig, my apologies. That list was not updated after 11th March 2011, was it?
Nein, die wurde vorher aktualisiert.
No, it was updated before that. It was updated after the lifetime extension. So basically 2010 to early 2011.
And to confirm, in your expert report regarding Tribunal Question 8 and the damages due as of 29th June 2011, you have retaken the table from 2013, relying on the data from 2010.
Jawohl.
Indeed.
Dr. Blesig, I would like to go through a couple of individual positions in that table. We see position, and I count it is position 6, replacement of austenite piping and valves. And we see at the right side, you included it as 30 million aging costs.
Jawohl.
Indeed.
Dr. Blesig, do you concur that that project would have been unnecessary and is indeed unnecessary for the Brokdorf nuclear power plant?
Welchem Zeitpunkt?
At what time? What is your question referring to? What point in time? Now it is unnecessary, yes. The plant is standing there.
The valuation date.
Zu dem Bewertung.
The valuation date. I believe we have to start to look at the overall value of this table. This table is a table that describes all modernization measures planned by Vattenfall, except for the few from Navigant 105A. There was a few million added. So these are investment projects. And these investment projects are done against the backdrop of the plant being renewed, improved, and this is the condition for that, only for them to be happening as CapEx projects. So what I did with this table, take a look. You can see I classified these measures. And they are projects, safety aspects. I did one column with safety aspects. So those are measures where new safety-related things were added. So that is, for example, precautions against core melt-through. So that, as part of the lifetime extension, that was done as part. That was intended as part of the lifetime extension for the Grimmel plant. So the measures I classified as aging were done against the following background. As I've said,
my apologies.
Vattenfall.
I waited a long time now to get an answer for Brokdorf. Professor Vandenberg, I asked about Brokdorf, and I would like to re-raise my question about Brokdorf, not about Krümmel.
Okay. Could you please answer?
Achso, wir sind jetzt bei Krümmel. Das aber Krümmel.
We're talking about Krümmel right now, okay?
And I have asked a question about Brokdorf, namely whether that project would have been necessary at Brokdorf. To facilitate the matter, would FTI please enable...
Dr. Pika, can you help us then? So you have asked a question about the role which deals with...
Wenn Sie in die Planung von
Brokdorf... I'm sorry, there's overlapping voices. Mr. President, please...
Dr. Blazer, could you please wait for a second, because I have a question for Dr. Pika.
Good.
So, Dr. Pika, your question is directed to replacement of austenitic piping and valves. Is that correct?
Exactly. I reread my question from 1031.
And then the question here is simple. Well, is that for the Krümmel plant or the Brokdorf plant you're talking about?
No, it is absolutely for the Krümmel plant.
Krümmel plant, okay, right. So
the question
Dr.
that
Blazer,
I asked...
Could you limit yourself to the Krümmel plant here?
I did not ask about the Krümmel plant.
Sorry,
I reread my question.
Okay,
question.
right.
I think it was clear. The
Then
question at 1031:50 was, do you concur that that project, austenitic piping and valves, would have been unnecessary and is indeed unnecessary for the Brokdorf nuclear power plant?
Also, ich entschuldige mich.
So I apologize. I did not hear Brokdorf because the table here is in front of us is about Krümmel. So I have to explain something at this point, which is that the planning for Brokdorf, including budget planning, was detailed to a whole other level as compared to Krümmel.
Lost a tribunal member.
So I wouldn't say the same for this plant, but somebody's talking over the interpreter. So you have to always evaluate this based on the plant specific.
Please stop.
Gemacht werden müsste oder nicht.
Ein Moment, bitte.
Okay.
We lost a member of the tribunal. Dr. Pika, could you see where you asked the question so that we can resume at the proper point where also Mr. Brouwer was.
And I would like
to point on the transcript so then we can repeat the question. Okay? Right, we have to wait. TJ, where
we're looking into it right now, Mr. President.
Okay, thanks.
There he is. Okay.
All right, we are back. So, Dr. Pika, please resume where Mr. Brouwer left.
Professor Brouwer.
The question I asked twice was whether that project replacement of austenitic piping and valves we see here for the Krümmel nuclear power plant on which Dr. Blesich is correct, would have been unnecessary and is indeed unnecessary for the Brokdorf nuclear power plant.
Also, wir springen jetzt zum
So,
Brokdorf.
let's jump to Brokdorf now. And at this point, I explained that the planning for Brokdorf was by far less detailed, a lot less detailed than the planning for Krümel. Brokdorf did not conduct extensive planning for all component systems and decided which measures they have to, did not decide which measures they have to do. Instead, Brokdorf took a few of these positions and analyzed them and then did a, calculated that based on those. So the level of detail is different, the detail of planning. And from the present documents, I can't answer that question.
I would like to FTI to enable sharing for me, please. I show you here exhibit NAV 110, Brokdorf's LTE CAPEX and OPEX projection. Yeah. That document has been submitted in 2013, correct?
Wann das eingereicht?
When it was submitted, it's not something I can tell you, but I know it. I know this list of numbers.
Vielleicht, Herr Picker, ganz wichtig.
And Mr. Picker, very important for you, for something for you to understand. Brokdorf starts planning modernization only in 2019 and then to 28. Did you see that? 19 to 28.
Dr. Blesich, I'm afraid I have to ask you the questions. And the question I would like to ask concerns then exhibit NAV 110A, which in page 1 looks identical and has a second page which was added in 2015. Now here we find a list of projects, unfortunately in the German language only. And there are a couple of projects on there.
Ich kann die übersetzen.
We do not need them translated.
I can translate that.
Ja.
I would spontaneously say I see 16, 17 projects, at least above 10. Above 10, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the project, or the German equivalent of austenitic piping valves?
Mm. Nein, das sehe ich nicht.
No, I do not see that. But what I do see is projects are in here which Krümel took care of already before 2010. For example, Objektschutz, that's probably building protection. And then control technology, Leittechnik, where they changed the control technology on the turbine. And then drives were exchanged and also transformers. And these are projects which, speaking of Krümel planning, so if you look at 2002, 2003, and then all the way through to 2010, that's when these projects were done already. So a major share of these measures had already been done at Krümel.
You've just said, Dr. Blesich, transformers. Do you mean the transformer that was replaced at Krümel after it burned?
Das ist einer der
That is one of them, yes. That is
okay,
one
then
of
let us please go back to the table that FTI just showed.
Und unter anderem.
Understood.
Among others.
I don't want to drag that exercise throughout the entire cross-examination. I would only like to have FTI highlight the 24 million below the marked 30.
Yeah.
To highlight the 26 million renewal of simulator. And to highlight replacement of main steam and feed and water piping.
Yeah.
Dr. Blesig, have you seen any one of those 4 projects in exhibit NAV110A on Brokdorf? Yes or no? Have you seen them?
Ja, ja, Simulator war dabei.
Simulator, yes, was in there. So if you want to go back, simulator.
Okay, then FTI, please disable. Please enable sharing for me.
Oh, hier war irgendwo unter. Ne?
You want to show
Prozessrechner, doch irgendwo.
You want to show the
Nee, Entschuldigung. Habe ich so schnell nicht. Also.
I'm sorry. It's not in there. It was a little fast for me.
Okay, then please FTI go back to that table, and then that will be the last question on the table that I ask. To the table, my apologies, FTI. To that table, exactly. Dr. Blesig, the 4 numbers here, 30, 24, 26, and 114. Could FTI have a calculator in the screen sharing as well?
Ja, das können wir im Kopf rechnen.
Okay.
220 Millionen.
Sorry.
We can calculate it in our head as 220 million.
Sorry, if
About.
I did, then we can have the calculator deleted here. So if those 4 projects, which are not necessary for Brokdorf, do not qualify as aging, the total sum of 595 million aging costs is reduced to 375 million.
Das ist aber eine Alterungsmaßnahme.
But these are aging measures. In principle, it's like this. As I just explained, this is a key
This
point.
was not my. This is a matter for redirect.
Alterung
This is
und
a
zur
matter for
Laufzeitverlängerung.
This is a matter for
Okay,
redirect, Professor
gut.
Wannberg.
Alles klar, dann erklären wir das da nochmal.
Okay, all good. We'll explain it later then.
FTI, could you please open exhibit NAV252? Dr. Blesig, you stated earlier that, and indeed Dr. Hubb stated at the opening statement, that Brokdorf did not have long-term planning. And indeed, we only see the years 2011 to 2015 here. This is 5 years only.
Nein.
No. So I think I have to explain to you once again how planning in the medium term and in the long term works. Companies have different planning premises. And for E.ON, it's like this. The plants plan measures for 5 years in detail. And then subsequently, they do a calculation. But in this calculation, they don't just look, they look in a very targeted manner. Which measures are there in which year? So the major measures. So yesterday, this was another reason when you asked Mr. Kasmarek that one year it was 1 million less. That is a big recurring inspection that's not in there. So that's why it was correctly reduced. So Krümel plans for 3 years. But the modernization projects, as I just explained in my presentation, were explained on a component-specific basis. And then we're comparing this to Brokdorf, is what you want to do. So when you go to the same level of detail, if it was done the same way in Brokdorf, then Brokdorf would find different plan-specific things. So for example, steam generator, for example, problems with fuel elements also there. And then there's other issues that come up, but these are not included in the medium-term planning because E.ON is only planned for 2019 to 28. Is this clear to you now?
Again, Dr. Blesig, I'm afraid I have to ask the questions to you. And an intermediate question, by the way. Before the 2016 hearing, have you
Ja,
also...
aber ich möchte für Klarheit sorgen.
Yes, but I want to ensure there's clarity.
Indeed, Dr. Blesig, Procedural Order 1 states that I am asking the questions to you. The next question will be whether before the 2016 hearing, you, just as Professor Tomauske, also had contact with Mr. Leidinger from the Luther Law Firm?
I was in contact with Mr. Leidinger. He was also an employee, responsible lawyer for Gundremmingen, so for a few years.
Dr. Leidinger, I apologize.
Dr. Leidinger. Yeah, Dr. Leidinger.
Yes,
Dr. Leidinger, that's right.
Yeah, that's why I said I apologize, even though I do not know whether he's present today. Yeah.
Nein, ist nicht da.
He is not here, actually. No.
Exhibit NAV 252. Yes or no, is the 5-year planning that was projected afterwards detailed, or is it not detailed? If you had to make a judgment call, yes or no?
Es ist dann in Hauptpositionen runtergebrochen. Also
it's split in these major positions, so I did not look at this table or deal with this table in as much detail as Mr. Bolke, who unfortunately can't be here today. He went into more detail, but the basic philosophy is 5 years, and then in some positions you summarize things and then do projected calculations. And modernization planning is exactly the table you just showed to me, and that was only done for a few short years. So they just took a few positions which are we were just basically known at the time. So transformers, for example, net transformers, and then the change out of fixing. So those were taken and put in there, but no detailed plan-specific assessment of all systems for a longer lifetime. Then that leads you to other issues, including at Brockdorf. I can only just tell you that. From my experience, not just with boiling water reactors, but I also worked for a really long time, 15 years, the majority of my time, with pressurized reactors.
At 10:13:54 of the record, since it's very difficult to get a specific answer here, Dr. Grauf, you stated that Dr. Grauf should have analyzed the complete backfitting strategy and the complete budget and the impact from one area to the other, Vattenfall's or claimant's detailed budgeting. On Saturday, transcript state 10:3117 at 2, Dr. Kleen stated, when I asked him about the source data for exhibit NAV 105A, whether there's SAP data available, he said SAP data is available. Dr. Blesig, have you seen that SAP data?
Nein, habe ich nicht gesehen.
No, I have not seen them, and I don't need to either.
So you haven't asked for it?
Nein, das war
no.
Unsere Aufgabe war.
Our task was to evaluate whether the costs and revision length planning was okay. And at that point, we made an overview and an assessment of the overall strategy. And we did not break it down to a $50,000 or $100,000 item or position. No, it was basically all about us knowing whether the operational costs were planned correctly, meaning operational costs, meaning recurring revisions, incident related maintenance, recurring inspections, and exchange measures, replacement measures. And on the other side, investments, when new things are done in order to improve the plant and in order to ensure a secure and economical operation in the long term, just like many other plants worldwide have done as well. So that's how we went into it, with an overall understanding of recurring inspections, which are required based on safety regulations. So based on all that, these data were plausible, including for Brockdorf. So if you now ask me about the comparison of Dr. Grauf's, the comparison Dr. Grauf made between...
I have feststellen.
Professor Vandenberg,
okay. Weil ich auch keine Möglichkeit hatte.
No, Professor Vandenberg, I have to make an application here. My question was, you haven't asked for it. He answered why he hasn't asked for it. The question why he hasn't asked for it is a question for redirect. That's how it works. Could you please direct the witness to answer to the question specifically?
Dr. Blazer, could you please answer the question? So let's do it in this way. Dr. Pika, you asked the question again.
I received my answer on that one.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
Dr. Blesig, at 10:21:21 of the transcript today, you stated, the US plant Peach Bottom operated more than 40 years. It was a BWR, boiling water reactor, started in 1974 and reached in the period of 2016 to 2018 more than 95% availability after modernization. FTI, I would like you to open Dr. Grauf's fourth report, which was submitted on 14th July 2020, signed one day earlier. And please open Adobe page 160. Please zoom in the graph. And we do this in baby steps now. Dr. Blesig, do you see in the year 1977 a utilization of 55%, yes or no?
Ja.
Yes.
Do you see in the year 1918 a utilization of 1918 of 52%, yes or no?
Ja.
Yes.
Do you see in the year 1984 of 29%?
Ja.
Yes.
Do you see in the year 1988 0%?
Sie haben nur einen vergessen, 85. Ich sehe
We
den.
forgot one, 85. I see 88.0, but I also see 85, also 29 again, as a low value.
Which other utilizations you see will also be a question for redirect. What I will ask you now is, do you see more than 2 years where the utilization was more than 83% before 1993?
Muss ich mal gucken. Mehr als.
I'll have to look. So you said more than 80%? So 83%, okay. So the first year, and then 95% in 79, it was probably. Yes.
Because I only see...
Ich kann das bestätigen.
I can confirm that.
You can confirm that you see more than 2 years?
Ach so, nee, zwei.
So no, sorry. I also included 83. So two with more than 83%. Yes, 2 with more than 83%.
If FTI could please open exhibit Grauf 89. And then Adobe page 4, please. This is an annual report, management report on the Peach Bottom nuclear power plant. And then please enlarge the first paragraph below upgrades and improvements. And I read it out. Peach Bottom is safer today than the day it was built, thanks to numerous design enhancements, new equipment, and state-of-the-art technology. In fact, almost every major piece of equipment in the plant has been upgraded or replaced since 1974. Dr. Blesig, the question is simple. Do you have evidence that almost every major piece of equipment in the Krümmel nuclear power plant had been upgraded or replaced?
Also.
So.
Leider is.
Unfortunately, Mr. Bolke is not here today, who knows this plant a lot better than I do. For me, the key is that you can see, and Peach Bottom did this, and this is our statement, if you renew a plant, in principle, if you take a look at all the components that have to be replaced or renewed, and then if you do this also, then you'll achieve that relatively bad availability rates from before are then very high subsequently. That is exactly the example we use for our projections of our availability data, because we say, if you continue to modernize a plant and optimize the plant with the experiences of the existing operation, then the following will happen. You will then get greater reliability, greater availability, and routine maintenance is significantly reduced because you use better technology. For example, this is today like that, and that's how it would work in Krümmel. It's that you would build in control technology which can test on its own, which has a smaller footprint. And then a lot of recurring inspections are eliminated that way. So I can only say the following. This is exactly the approach Krümmel used in 2000 to 2002. Across the board. Of course, components will remain, which are not included in the backfitting list, but there are some you can exchange one-to-one, and that is the purpose of such a measure after all. But there will continue to be components where you might have to look in the coming years, well, I have to do something here, I have to have another control piece that I have to change here, and then I would exchange those as well. And this would go via OPEX projects. So those are smaller measures, but the big major things is something we took a very targeted look at. All the major components have been looked at or already exchanged.
Mr. President, I have to make again an application that you please direct the witness to answer the question.
Ich muss nochmal Sie bitten, den Zeugen anzuweisen, die Fragen. Oh, Entschuldigung.
My question was whether the expert has evidence, and I'm still
Ja, habe ich
waiting.
doch beantwortet.
Do you have? So you say you have evidence in the record that every major piece of equipment in Krümmel has been upgraded?
Wir haben uns.
We looked at the major things.
No, not the major things. Every major.
Nein, haben wir nicht.
No, not all. Wasn't our task either. We were supposed to do a planning in the medium term. So this isn't the purpose of a medium term or long-term planning. This is not when you start to look at components that are 20 million euros. That's not your task at that point.
Dr. Blesig,
We are in a medium-term or long-term planning for end of life 2033. And for that, it's not a relevant point. And I don't need SAP data for that.
Mr. President, the expert again answered the question why he has no evidence. Not the question if yes or no. It was again a redirect question that was answered, I'm afraid.
But
I have
Mr. President, there is a translation issue.
Dr. Picker, let me clear here about this. He may answer yes or no, and may give an explanation why he says yes or no. But she's entitled to do that.
Yeah, Mr. President, can I raise the translation issue? I think the transcript is just purely erroneous. It decided in 11/2/19 that the witness said components at euro 20 million, but we're pretty sure he said 20,000. And that might be relevant for the context.
Right. I'll ask Dr. Blaze, did you say 20 million or 20,000?
20.000. Ging
20,000. So I was talking about small measures. We did not look at every individual measure.
Dr. Picker, please confirm.
And the power plant didn't do that either. And this is not decisive either.
And you have also mentioned the year 2000, have you not?
Ja, 2000 bis 2002 wurde diese.
Yes, 2000 to 2002, this detailed planning was conducted, and the result was the Plex list, or back then it was called something different, such a list. It was some Excel file that included these measures.
And 2002 was 5 years before Krümel's standstill in 2007, wasn't it?
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
Dr. Blesig, do you know how much it cost for Peach Bottom to upgrade or replace almost every major piece of equipment?
Ich habe eine Zahl in dem Bericht gelesen.
I read a number, a figure in the report, but I do not know the content behind that. I do see an important difference based on my experience when it comes to the costs. It is the costs increase seriously over proportionately when you have a long modernization stop, such as happened at Peach Bottom. When you do a step-by-step approach, such as Vattenfall had begun and expected to do or did until 2032 for the lifetime extension, the process is far less complex and you can do it much more simply. You can do it with your own personnel, and therefore you will be able to do it cheaper than if you would do it after a long outage or downtime. That is shown by my experience that I had with several large projects worldwide.
Would it surprise you that the cost for Peach Bottom was 1.9 billion US dollar in nominal value in 1989?
Ist schon sehr hoch.
That is very high. That is quite high. But since I don't know what was happening at the site and what the plant was, that does not surprise me. If you would tell me what they did, technically, I would be able to assess what they could have done differently in order to reduce these high costs. One point would be a step-by-step approach, but of course I do not know, and Mr. Bohlke would probably have been able to tell you this as an employee, and I would say that further discussion here does not make sense. It would be speculation because we do not know the details, and that is simply a figure for me. And the question is, do you know which producer that was? Who the maker was?
Was that a question to me?
Ja. Ja.
Yes.
I will not answer questions on
Okay,
this
also nicht
topic.
mal das wissen wir.
Dr.
Okay.
Blasi,
So we do not even know that.
the purpose of that cross-examination are my questions to you, I'm afraid. That's the procedural framework of that arbitration. Dr. Beresic, please let us return to your expert report, and I'd like FTI to put that on the screen again. Please go to Adobe page 20. Do you see your signature? You've already confirmed that earlier, haven't you?
Jawohl.
So you have signed
Yes.
a report. My apologies to the interpreters. So you, Dr. Blesig, have signed a report making a comparison between Peach Bottom and Krümmel without even consulting the underlying data?
Ich hatte Ihnen ja gesagt, wofür
I
wir den
had told you why we use this comparison, and I believe back then we should go back to our report. It says this very clearly. The target was, since we did not have German experiences, we wanted to look at whether there were international experiences for a longer operation. Mr. Bohlke had long and detailed experiences with Peach Bottom. So that is why we took Peach Bottom and the rest as our basis. Our statement here is as follows. There was a plant that in the early years, comparable to other plants in Germany, did not have great availability. They improved, modernized, renewed things, however you would want to state that, and that made it possible that 40 years after, or more than 40 years after, they had a very reliable operation with extremely high availability. Not the 85%, our conservative number, but 95% of availability. And for this, you do not need the detailed analysis. You need the overview. What were the decisive factors for the availability? So, and that is what we had available. And Mr. Bohlke would have probably been able to tell you about every single detail, but I do not believe that that is relevant for this case.
Stimmt meine Unterschrift.
And so my signature is correct.
But your report does not indicate separate sections where there are individual responsibilities, are there?
Nein, das ist auch nicht.
No, that is not the case either. It is a joint report. And everything that is in the report, we both stand behind it jointly. So I would not have signed if the main statement that we have on page, well, I would like to read to you what we wrote.
For example, Peach Bottom Units 2 and 3 of Exelon Nuclear, at which Mr. Bohlke served, achieved a 2-unit capacity factor of 95% for 3-year periodic. Und die Referenz habe ich mir natürlich, bevor ich unterschrieben
And this
habe,
reference, I of course looked at it very carefully before I signed that. I did that carefully.
Mr. President, can I shortly interject? I have been advised that there might be a translation problem. When the witnesses read something in English, it seems that the translator doesn't translate it, and then it doesn't come into the transcript.
All right. What I understand is it's the original language he's quoting. He's quoting an English quote, and I want. should that be translated then into German for you?
No, the point is, our Czech interpreter told us that the English quote is not in the transcript. We should briefly check.
All right.
This.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume, David, you can correct that you download the English text as well.
Well, I'll tell you right now that the interpretation channel was not flipped over for a few seconds, so things were totally off of the English channel.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do it in English now. I switch to the English channel.
We have everything but the quote in the record.
Okay.
Yeah, you have everything? Okay, then I switch again to German.
All right, but wait a moment, Dr. Pika, what do you want? Do you want still the translation of the English quote in German in the record?
I know the quote of the record, Professor Vandenberg. I don't need anything, just answers.
Right. Thank you.
So, Dr. Blesic, I have received the answer to why, but I would still like to receive an answer to the specific yes or no. You signed with or without reviewing Peach Bottom's data? And I have already received the answer why, but I would hear the conclusion. Did you review Peach Bottom's data, yes or no?
Ich habe für diese Aussage die
For
relevante.
this statement, I reviewed the relevant data.
And yet you didn't know the overall costs for Peach Bottom to upgrade every major piece of equipment?
Für die Frage der Verfügbarkeit.
For the question of availability, beyond the 40 years, that is no relevant aspect.
So the answer is the other way around, isn't it? You did not review the specific costs that Peach Bottom paid, did you?
Nein, wir haben eine Aussage zur
We made a statement concerning availability and not concerning the costs. And maybe some may remember, between the first report of Mr. Bolke, there was a very long discussion about costs of American plants. And overall, it was said those were all things that could not be compared with one another. That was the claim of Dr. Grauf in his first report to Mr. Bolke. And that was my view as well. And so, as I just stated again in my report, we did not think that cost comparisons with American plants were professional, or simply the costs and not the technical details.
But utilization comparisons between German and US plants would be professional?
Ja.
Yes.
Okay.
Im Prinzip, ja,
That is, in principle, how should I explain it to you? It is professional because we are making the statement that if you are modernizing the plant, and this is not just shown by Peach Bottom, but also by other plants, Bosle in Europe, other plants in Europe, this leads to high availability. You must invest, renew, improve safety, and this is how you arrive at high availability. And this statement is a central statement referring availability.
And Dr. Blesig, has the Krümmel nuclear power plant in the past ever arrived at high availability, or has it not?
Krümmel hatte, wie gesagt,
Krümmel had, as was said before, in the earlier years, poor availability. We said this in our first statement, our first report, when we reported on 85% availability. We assessed all of the boiling water reactors, and on this basis, we said that especially the first plants of a type, it is common that in the first years they have lower availability and that they experience technical difficulties. And these, for the boiling water reactors, were fixed, and then you continue to reach higher values. And if you look at report 1, I could tell you which table I'm referring to, table 8. Please look at that. Our report BB1, you can see we looked at a 4-year cycle because that is the cycle for important repeated tests. You look at the plants, 75.5%. And I would have to say it is fair to say we do not have Krümmel included in this column. Krümmel is on the side of that. And you can see for Krümmel in the early years, the values were rather poor. We discussed some issues here. Some issues were fixed and they are no longer relevant for long-term operation. And you can see that 2003 until 2006, Krümmel was available for 87.2%. And only based on these two really unhappy transformer issues, these were the basis why the value from 2007 to 2010 was worse. That was unfortunate. And that is the reason why we excluded it, because we were supposed to assess this considering the next 20 to 25 years. And when you take a single value and then you extrapolate from that to the long term, that is not a professional method. And that is why we took 85% as a median value for the coming years. That was our estimation for Krümmel as well.
Dr. Pika, can we take a break now for 10 minutes?
Certainly.
Yep. All right, Dr. Blissy, you are under testimony. You're not allowed to discuss this case with anyone whilst you're on testimony. Recess until 5:30 CET.
Okay. Okay.
I remind everybody again to click on your preferred interpretation button, English or German. Dr. Pika, how many more minutes do you estimate your extra time in the cross-examination?
So I am now at 47 minutes as my calculation, and I would estimate 10 minutes from now on, which would be 7 minutes extra time.
Okay, I think your calculation is slightly different from that of the Secretary of the Tribunal.
I have to admit, I stopped when Dr. Happ was mentioning the interpretation problems.
Also, the net calculation. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Please proceed with your 10 minutes.
I appreciate that. Dr. Blesig, how many German nuclear power plants do you know where the X-ray cannot scan the entire reactor pressure vessel?
Ich verstehe Ihre Frage nicht.
I do not understand your question.
How many nuclear power plants in Germany are you aware of where the X-ray cannot scan the reactor pressure vessel for revision purposes?
Röntgenstrahlen?
X-ray? I do not know that.
Ultraschallprüfung?
Are you talking about ultrasound examinations?
Ultrasound examinations, correct, Dr. Blesig.
Aha, okay, es ist ein Unterschied.
Aha, okay, there is a difference.
How many?
Ich bin nicht der Experte. Ich bin kein Experte.
I am no expert. When it comes to the irradiation of reactor pressure vessels and calculations for the solidity, I cannot answer this question. I did look at that, however, and I looked at it in the PSR of 2008, and Krümmel, similarly to other plants, is doing preliminary tests, and many of the plants have specific features, and there is a special testing program, and using this testing program, after an expert has tested the plant and the officials have approved it, the plant can be safely run after, and that was certified until after 2008.
So since you jumped directly to the Krümmel nuclear power plant, I assume that you only know of the Krümmel nuclear power plant, where the reactor pressure vessel cannot be seen in full?
Nein, es gibt auch andere Anlagen.
There are other plants as well.
Which ones?
Sind, die man das möchte ich hier nicht sagen. Das
I don't want to say that right now. Those are sensitive information. I am aware of others. These are Prüfbesonderheiten, testing specificities, and almost every plant has that. Maybe not the Convoy, because they designed the testing concept based on this, but almost all of them have special features that you monitor with the recurring reviews, and then you make the calculations and analyses that make it sure to have long-term operation.
Diese Frage hätten Sie besser dem
You should have asked that question to Dr. Kleen. He would have been able to answer that.
But you answer the specific questions, which other plants do you know, with you do not want to say that due to confidential information.
So ist das. Und das wird
that
ja
is correct. and this is streamed, and that is why there is no place in this arbitration, in my opinion, unless, Mr. Chairman, you would say that I should answer this now.
It is commercial and confidence, so it's confidentially commercial, excuse me. So I accept that you don't give an answer to that specific part of the question.
And Dr. Blesig, how many nuclear power plants do you know where the reactor pressure vessel was overpressurized during a test?
Während eines Tests.
During a test, I am not sure what you are referring to.
How many reactor pressure vessels do you know which have been overpressurized at one point in time?
Ich habe mich mit dieser Fragestellung nicht beschäftigt.
This question is not a question that I dealt with, and I therefore cannot give you a reliable answer to this question.
I would like FTI to now show Exhibit Grauf 97 in both its German and its English version. It has been submitted in 14th July. And in the English version, please go to the upper half. In the German version, you can go to the upper quarter. And we see below the item description, we see here the heading says Krümmel nuclear power plant notifiable incident. And the description says, in the context of the reactor pressure vessel test, raising the pressure caused a rapid increase in pressure at around 110 bar. This led the test overpressure of 113 bar to be exceeded. So, Dr. Blesig, now you know that there's at least one plant where the reactor pressure vessel was overpressurized, and that was the Krümmel nuclear power plant, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Dr. Peter, simply to be clear.
Das ist ein Ereignis aus dem Jahre 2000.
This was an event from 2005, from what I can see, and I am surprised that Mr. Grauf is just now in this report, including this event, his fourth report that we were not able to make a comment on. I did not look at this in detail, and so I will not make a statement to this.
Dr. Peter, I think it would be fair for the transcript also to have the sentence completed, what you just read. It concludes with, and the two safety valves, the number, to correctly prevent a further increase in pressure at 115 bar. So there were safety valves there.
Ja. Und im Zimmer.
This is correct, Professor Vandenberg, yes. So, to cut it short, now we know that the Krümmel nuclear power plant was overpressurized, and a further increase above 115 bar was prevented, but it was still overpressurized. Dr. Blesig, could you verbalize?
Ist aber Auslog.
And you refer to the year 2005.
Es gibt eine Prüfspezifikation, die sagt,
there is a test specification that says how much is allowed during a test, and that was already considered, and that means this is not significant. I'm looking at it, it's a category E. I do not see an ENIS evaluation, unfortunately. We would have to take a look at that. So ENIS level 0, you can see that that means that is not significant from safety technology because it was already part of the basic design. And that is why these simple things, when you're looking at it, you can say this was not a problem whatsoever, that this is a design that was meant to handle this.
I will only have two final questions on this document. At paragraph 2, we see the sentence, the pressure test was stopped due to a flange leak at the safety valves, do we not?
Also, Sie fragen mich hier
Well,
Details.
you are asking me here about details that I did not take a look at. You had Dr. Kleen here on Saturday. He is the person that is able to evaluate these events. He probably experienced them. And I would have to say you're asking the wrong person. I will hear when I am presented with a document that I have not taken a look at before, I will not make a statement. I will not speculate.
To confirm, you have not seen that document before you signed your expert report. Did you?
Ja, ich habe das nicht gesehen.
Yes, I did not see it because that is Grauf 4, and Grauf 4 is from July 20 of this year. And my signature is from, let me look, January 21st, 2020.
But the Krümmel nuclear power plant was in possession of that document and hasn't shown you.
Na, ist für das, was wir gemacht haben,
That
nicht
what we were doing, this is not relevant for that. And the events that were important from a safety point of view are events that I experienced live in my career. And every plant in Germany experienced about 10 events that they had to notify the authorities about. I do not know the 200 events that happened in every year, and definitely not when you go back 15 years. I must say that maybe other experts do that, but I do not do that.
And I will read a final sentence here. 2 sentences after the yellow marked sentence in paragraph 2. It reads, at the subsequent plant inspection for the approval of the reactor pressure vest test, a wall-through rupture of the impulse line RA21 Z212 of the safety valve RA21 S212 was found. And the question is, Dr. Blesig, since the Krümmel nuclear power plant, which was in possession of that document, has not shown you, you have not known that information. Did you?
Ich habe die nicht gekannt.
I did not know this information, but I can assess it, evaluate it easily. This here is about a pressure test, and a pressure test is done in order to find findings. And here, during this test, they found that there was a leakage, and that was the safety technological reason why they did this pressure test. This is targeted, done in the cold state, not in a hot state, because the pressure releases very quickly and you can inspect it. And that is why, without knowing this actual event, but knowing the general situation, this is another typical example for the excellent safety and testing concept of the German plants.
So I have asked for 10 minutes and exceeded them now. This is why I have no further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pika. Dr. Rapp, any questions for redirect?
Yes, Mr. President, if I may.
Please.
Dr. Blesig, do you recall that you've been asked by Dr. Pika about the document NAV 110A? Can I ask FDI to put it on the screen, please? NAV 110A. Thank you. This is 110. There's another document. Yes, exactly. Can you please go to the second page and make it larger? And now please scroll down. Thank you. There are some explanations which we so far haven't been able to look at. Would you be so kind and read to us the first paragraph? Starting with the unexpected.
Warten Sie mal, ich schalte. Soll ich in Deutsch vorlesen oder in Englisch?
Should I read this in German or in English? I will read it in English.
Dr. Hub, we want to have the English text in the transcript. David, can you read it?
Can we enlarge that paragraph?
Significant maintenance and upgrades projects. These investments include
Can we stop the witness and ask him to start it
expenditures to
again?
replace components with
Okay, Peter. Okay, so because we need simply we can now download in the record.
I switched to English now, to the English channel. That's okay.
Dr. Blaze, simply stay on your German channel. We found a solution to get it into the transcript.
I start again.
No, don't, please. Machen Sie das nicht. Warte mal bitte. David, let me know when you finished.
I must have missed your instruction during the overlapping of the voices. So
sorry.
do you want me to transcribe this as I see it on the screen?
Yeah, exactly, for transcript.
Okay, I'll let you know when I'm done. Or you'll see it on the real-time screen. Hang on one second.
In order to... Ja. Sehr gut.
Done.
Good. Thank you.
Dr. Hub, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Blazek, that section which was just transcribed says that the costs described in the paragraph are incremental to base level costs that would be required in the absence of lifetime extension. Is my understanding correct that this relates only to very specific lifetime extension costs, not generally to costs arising during a lifetime extension, but only the measures which you need to implement?
Ich verstehe Ihre Frage nicht.
Can you explain?
I believe I did not understand the question.
Can you please explain what these costs are incremental to base level cost means? Do you have an idea of what it might mean?
Ja, ich hatte das eigentlich schon erklärt. Und zwar hatte ich gesagt, dass eben
I
gezielt
had explained that already, I thought, because there are projects, specifically some projects were included, such as transformers, and I believe there was something with turbines and with the control, with the process control and other things that have to be included for the lifetime extension, and they were included in the flat rate, but there are no detailed plant-specific analyses. And that is the reason why a comparison between Brockdorf and Krümmel, from my point of view, is inadmissible. For this reason, we approach the topic differently, the comparison between Brockdorf and Krümmel. We analyzed, well, first of all, we considered the difference in lifetime, and then we analyzed that in Krümmel, there were many more modernization measures that had been taking place already that were still on the to-do list for Krimmel. And then, based on my experience, I took a median value for Krimmel and Brockdorf of annual cost for maintenance and modernization. And this, the one pertaining to Brockdorf, and if you consider the lifetime is higher, maybe 5 to 8 million higher than Krimmel. And if you take into account that Krimmel had already implemented certain measures, that is absolutely feasible and plausible for me. And what Dr. Graf points out here is based on the fact that he takes the definitions of CAPEX and OPEX inappropriately.
Dr. Blesik, thank you. You mentioned that E.ON had not prepared any detailed forecasts. That statement, is that what is meant in the second paragraph further below in the second sentence? Do you base your view on that? That says EKK had not prepared? FDI, can you please highlight that second sentence in the second paragraph?
Ja, genau, da steht das auch drin. Ich kenne es nur aus der
Yes,
Diskussion.
exactly. That's where it says there. I only am aware of that because of the other partners, that the planning was done differently. In Grundramming, I did it exactly like in Krimmel, and plan specifically, I did this. E.ON said that we were supposed to do that as well, but I'm sure that this is the way it was because Brockdorf is a pre-convoy plant, and maybe that is the reason why I did it like that. Some of the hypotheses were the same, but the volume was then extrapolated accordingly.
Thank you. And further down in the third paragraph, you'll see certain assumptions behind the forecast. And the first assumption says, and I now read in the transcript, the cost of incremental lifetime extension maintenance, operating costs, total euro 200 million per plant in 2010 prices, and then brackets rounded. How do you understand this, adding that it's euro 200 million per plant?
So ein Lifetime Extension Meter. Also ich muss sagen, ich habe da in dem Detail, in das Detail.
I must admit that I did not really pay attention to this detail or look into this in detail because in the report it was not relevant. And in total, or all in all, Brockdorf was not examined in such detail by us the same way as we did for Krimmel. Therefore, at this moment in time, there's nothing really I can say to this.
Okay, just a further question. Does E.ON operate more power plants than just Brockdorf?
Ja, sehr viel mehr.
Yes,
E.ON ist der
many
größte.
more. E.ON is the largest plant operator in Germany.
Okay.
And if you want to know more, well, I could name all of them. But I don't believe that is the point here.
No, thank you. Can FDI please bring on the screen this document called Graph 089, which is the so-called Exelon report? Thank you. And can you again please go to PDF page 4, please? And enlarge it, please, a little bit so we can read that. Thank you. Please scroll up a little bit. This is up until this heading upgrades and improvement. Thank you. And you have been, do you recall that you have been read to by Dr. Pika the second sentence in that paragraph? almost every major piece of equipment has been upgraded?
Yeah.
Does it say what a major piece of equipment is?
Yeah.
Do you know whether Krimmel has upgraded its or replaced its transformers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know whether Krimmel has upgraded its turbine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes and yes. I had already stated that for this discussion, this is not really relevant. But if you go further, you'll see that there's generator, turbines, transformers, which also in Krimmel were exchanged in 2010. And then after that, you see critical backup systems. And that's precisely the reason why these $1.9 billion that Dr. Pika had submitted to me is something I cannot really understand. If you don't have any detailed information, and all this was a report in the press. So far, I have not done any assessment of this in an expert report. This is for me not a solid foundation to do such a report.
Thank you. Let me just ask you one further and then last question. You see there that, as it seems, Peach Bottom started operation in 1974. And you do know, do you, that Krimmel started operation in 1984? If you were to compare two German plants, one having started operation in 1974 and one having started operation in 1984, would subsequently then the retrofitting need of the 1974 plant be higher than for the 1984 plant?
Also, ich habe auch in einem anderen Kraftwerk gearbeitet.
I have also worked in another plant, another power plant, which took up operations in 1974. In a lot of the process controls and technical components really took off in the 70s, and the experiences that were gained in this were in the 70s. Therefore, I would say that a plant that started operations in 1974 or in the 70s would require more. However, that for me is not a serious comparison or not a professional, earnest comparison, because I do not have solid facts. Therefore, I'd rather not participate in this kind of speculative opinion. And I would like to do that on some reasonable and rational foundation, not things that have been published in the press. I don't know the operator. In Exelon, I know the operator, but I don't know the concept in detail. So I don't know if that would be a plant. It was a double block plant that only had 3 safety devices for 3 plants, 3 blocks, N+2. So that's for the interpreter corrects herself, N plus 1.5. So therefore, I'm not certain.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, we have no further questions.
Thank you. I look to my colleagues. Mr. Brouwer, any questions?
I have none. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Lowe, do you have any questions?
Not from me, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Blazig, for testifying. You're not excused as an expert witness. All right. I suggest that we do the direct of Dr. Grauf. I think we need to change over for 2 minutes. TJ?
Yes, 5 minutes would be appreciated.
5 minutes. Okay. I asked Anna and the other translators, how long have you available?
Yes, Mr. President.
How much more time do you have available?
until another 90 minutes, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I believe we had agreed yesterday that we could go all the way to 2 o'clock, I believe.
2 o'clock.
Eastern time. My apologies. No, wait.
It would be 1 hour and 1 hour more. Let's say so.
1 hour more.
Like if necessary, 1.5 hours more. But that's without checking with David. So the interpreters are available until 2 p.m. DC time, which is 8 p.m.
What I suggest is we do then the directive of Dr. Graaf and tomorrow the cross. Is that acceptable, Dr. Hub?
That would be acceptable for us, Mr. President. Thank you.
And Dr. Pita, is it for the respondent also acceptable? I can't hear you, Dr. Pita. You should double mute.
Yes, it is acceptable, Professor.
Okay, let's do it then. So we take now 3 minutes left and then we start with Dr. Graaf.
Very well, thank you.
Oh, shit.
Charles.
Hi, Dr. Graaf. Can we get a mic check on you, please?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is the quality fine of the microphone?
Almost, but can you check the box in the left? Steve, can you take him through that?
Can we just double check? I'll take a look. Hang on 1 second, Dr. Graaf. I can see your computer.
The light is good.
I can hear your voice, but it sounds like your microphone is not connecting to the computer properly. So we're going to check it out.
It's set up correctly, so we just need to check the microphone. Perhaps switching it. All right, let's see.
Is it good now?
Sid, count to 10 for me, please.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Much better. That's correct now.
That's great. Now, Dr. Graaf, I only see one monitor connected. Is that correct?
At the moment, I have on the left side a black monitor, on the right side FTI.
Okay, stand by.
And I have only on. Shall I disconnect I disconnect the other one is already not.
No, please. 1 second, please.
Is that fine?
One second, please.
Yes, thank you.
Is there a portrait screen that's set up on your computer right now? Dr. Graf, can you hear me? Yes. So I only see one computer. I'm sorry, I only see two screens right now. So one of the screens is not connected, or we need to unplug and replug it in.
Which one?
Is there one that's vertical, that's portrait?
This one.
There we
Good
go.
now?
Okay. Yep, we're good. Hang on. Let me go finish setting up. Thank you. Dr. Graf, will you be speaking German or English?
In German, please.
Okay, thank you.
Just a moment, I have to.
Interpreters, can you just double check that he can hear you on the German channel, please?
He can hear me or not? I had switched on German button.
Interpreters, can you confirm if you can speak to Dr. Graf?
Hello? Ich kann Sie hören, den Dolmetscher, ja. Ich kann Sie auch hören, ja.
Interpreters, I'm on the English channel. If you can please confirm that you can hear and speak to Dr. Graf on the German channel.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're able to. Thank you.
Test.
We hear you great, Stefan.
Mhm.
Dr. Graf, do you have a way of having a bit more light where you are? Because it's extremely dark and we can hardly see you.
I am on the screen rather. No, I have.
I'm on the screen.
The problem is it is night, but my picture.
The problem is it's night, but my picture.
You look as if you're reading under the blanket with a torch underneath your chin.
Dr. Graf, it is okay. I can see.
Can you remind people?
All kind of questions we should.
I cannot. Ich kann kein.
I can't.
All right.
I cannot build a movie studio here. I have all the lights on, all the lights that are available.
Video button.
May I remind?
I remind everyone to switch to the channel they will be speaking in. Otherwise, it will not be reflected in the transcript. Thank you.
It's either English or German. An interpretation button. All right. You all set? Gara and TJ?
Yes, sir. We're ready to go.
Okay, great. Dr. Graf, good afternoon. Good evening, actually, to you. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Mein Name ist Dr. Eberhard Grauf.
My name is Dr. Eberhard Grauf.
Dr. Graf, you appear here as an expert witness for the respondent. I understand that you're going to testify in the German language and that you will be assisted by interpreters. If any questions are unclear to you, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek a clarification, because if you don't do so, the tribunal assumes that you've understood the question and that your answer responds to the question. Now, Dr. Graf, you will appreciate that testifying, be it before a court or arbitral tribunal, is a very serious matter. In that connection, the tribunal expects you to give the declaration, the text of which is in front of you on the screen.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you, Dr. Graf. Since we have here a hearing online, there's an additional information that the tribunal expects you to give, which is the following. Do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you except those authorized, and that no unauthorized person can communicate with you?
Ja, das kann ich bestätigen.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. Dr. Graf.
It's not just this room, but the entire floor is cleared of all people.
I see. There comes now a difficult question. I wonder whether that is necessary. Dr. Happ, are you doing the redirect? Or sorry, the cross-examination, excuse me.
Yes, Mr. President, I would do that. But
so would you like me to ask Dr. Graf to do the 180 or 360 sweep of the room where he is?
Mr. President, I don't think that's necessary. We trust.
Mr. President, I don't see Claimant's Counsel. Sorry, Respondent's Counsel on the screen.
Okay.
My apologies. I'm back, and I've always been here, but now I'm back on screen. I just wanted to save the video feed.
Same for me.
Fine.
Same for us.
All right. So, Dr. Happ, no necessary. So, Dr. Graf, that's then in order. Could you please go to your third expert report of dated 22 October 2019, and you go to page 38. Can you please confirm for the record that the signature appearing above your name is your signature?
Ja, kann ich bestätigen.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. Could you then go please to your fourth expert report dated 13 July 2020, and you go to page 136. And confirm for the record that the signature appearing above your name is your signature.
Ja, ich bestätige das.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. Is there anything you would like to correct, modify, or amend in either expert report, Dr. Graf?
Nein, keine Ergänzungen.
No additions.
So you have now 30 minutes to make your presentation in direct examination.
Excuse me, Mr. President, the expert needs to do the declaration first.
Which declaration?
The oath.
We've already done it, and he read it, I thought.
He already done it. I don't understand.
I didn't hear. I was on the wrong channel. Sorry.
I'm happy to do it again, at least as Dr. Graf wants to double. Dr. Graf, apparently you have not been heard. Can you do it again? This is what we call in the video industry take two.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Okay. And can you then affirm that no one else is in the room with you except those authorized, and that no unauthorized person can communicate with you?
Es ist niemand hier im ganzen Stockwerk.
There is nobody here on the entire floor.
Okay, thank you. All right. That's meets the purposes, Gara?
Yes, my apologies.
No, it's okay, it's fine. All right, your 30 minutes start now, Dr. Graf, for the presentation in direct.
Herr Präsident, honored
Mr. President, honored arbitrators. Next slide, please. Or do I have to change myself? No, I can't do that. So next slide. In 2019, I was asked to answer the question 8 of the tribunal, and the question was for me to consider my results from the first and second report, which was done from an to look at it from an ex-ante perspective in a new report. I can't tell when the interpretation is over.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Graf, on which channel are you? If can you go to your button?
Ich bin auf dem deutschen Kanal.
I'm on the German channel. The interpreter instructed him just to continue at his own.
All right, okay, then you can continue. Please. Yeah, you're on the correct channel. Thank you.
Okay. Ja. Darüber hinaus.
In addition, I was asked by respondents' lawyers to provide an assessment of first, evaluate the cost calculation for long-term operation, lifetime extension, LTO, of the Krümel and Brockdorf plants, and of the availability of these plants which continued operating beyond 2011. And these were based on the 5-year average calculated by Ms. Harden. And the results of my assessments then entered into Ms. Harden's damage quantification. In response to the reply of the claimants, their reply to my third report, I looked at the lump sum cost estimation for the case of a long-term operation. So I looked at this in more depth and evaluated it. In particular, because claimants, because they referred to lump sum costs and rejected all of my figures. That's why it's necessary to look at the new interpretation of Mr. Newman, which he presented in his second report, in regard to earthquake-induced events. It is necessary to comment about that. Next slide. Thank you. From my perspective, the costs for maintenance and backfitting of the Krümel plant in the case of long-term operation, continued operation, are not covered sufficiently. Claimants rejected all the corrections in my third report. They said they were unjustifiable. Mostly with the argument that they are already included in the lump sum assumptions based on historical values, according to them. In order to verify this hypothesis, I decided in my fourth report to compare in a benchmark the cost assumptions of E.ON and Vattenfall, to compare them. And for three reasons. First, Brockdorf, compared to Krümel, has an operating history that makes it possible to provide a prognosis based on long-term historical data. So if you look at the curve from Krümel from 84 to 2012, then such a curve does not allow me to extrapolate a historical analysis. In addition, there is sufficient data on historical costs for Brockdorf, which is not available for other comparable plants. So I can compare it to other German plants. And thirdly, Brockdorf is operating in the same environment as Krümel, both from a license perspective as well as from a business perspective. And the cost relation between pressurized and boiling water reactors is comparable with the higher costs for boiling water reactors. And this is well documented in many publications. Next slide. This display contains two key statements. The dotted line there shows the timeline of the calculations for Krümel and Brockdorf for routine maintenance. So not for backfitting or things like that, which might be necessary for safety-related reasons. So these broken lines thus show the costs, OPEX and CAPEX costs, without the major renovation projects, which have also been discussed just now. So the straight line, unbroken line, corresponds to the calculation of routine maintenance in addition to the major projects we just discussed in detail with Mr. Blasik. And you can see that these are data from NAV 105 and NAV 110. So from a claimant's data, you can see how serious Vattenfall's calculation for maintenance of the plant is, or how different it is from the calculation for Brockdorf in the long-term estimation. And you can also see very clearly from this picture that the existing calculation that had to be done for OEPVs, that this serious cost difference does not appear here. Instead, it only has an impact. Those different calculations only have an impact when you take a look at long-term operation. Next slide, please. This slide is my attempt to show you how the overall calculation for maintenance plus backfitting in the end is what it is comprised of. So I said Brockdorf cannot be compared. It has been said that Brockdorf is not comparable. I don't share this opinion. So this cost block 1, 615 million for KKK and 1 billion for Brockdorf. This includes the costs for a number of maintenance and service work, ongoing maintenance, and was also confirmed like that by Mr. Kleen yesterday, that this is what's contained in these costs. The second block of costs here is a block of costs that includes larger maintenance and repair work on systems and components. namely in the project form, but the costs are booked as OPEX costs. So see that here, 838 and 600 for Krümel, 838 there at Krümel. And this cost block includes modifications of the plant, not the major projects, but a number of small projects, the large number of small projects, and I'll say that again, that are not contained in this Plex list, but NAV 525 or 252, the interpreter is not sure, but those are not the major projects, so the smaller ones. And then there are these three cost blocks in Brockdorf, which are typical for every plant, and which are similarly described by both reports and by both cost estimates. 1.6 billion is calculated for Krümel, and this does not include major projects, so this already brings us to a cost difference of 900 million euros. The next cost block includes calculations for both Brockdorf and Krümel, and these are aging-related major projects. And in the case of Brockdorf, and this was shown earlier, this includes 530 million euros in this calculation, and for Krümel, 358 million euros. And everything we've talked about so far in this discussion with Mr. Kleen and Mr. Bläsig was always about those major projects, which only make up a relatively small part of overall costs for maintenance. And other costs are not being talked about at all. And we heard very clearly from Mr. Kleen, and also yesterday we heard that these other costs are all calculated over a time period of about 3 years, and then for the remaining lifetime, they are just forecast. They are projections, cost projections. And without Mr. Bläsig claiming that a detailed planning was made, and from my perspective, you can't even really do that for 40 years. Thus, E.ON calculates for maintenance of the Brockdorf plant in the case of operation of more than 40 years. So they calculate costs that are more than 1 billion, so 53% higher than Vattenfall's for the Krümel plant. And such a result contradicts many benchmarks, which are often published in US reports. So these cost comparisons between different kinds of reactors, boiling water or pressurized water reactors, and there are good reasons why boiling water reactors are a little bit more expensive. I say they're at least as expensive. So next slide. Already in the third report, and I also read my first one again, I already kept saying over and over again that these cost projections for not for Plex or huge projects, but that this seems strange to me, and that I cannot comprehend how these long-term projections were calculated and what the approach was. And if you take a look at these images, then you can see here, I put side by side the CapEx calculation. And again, this is not about the Plex projects, but about these other large quantity of projects, of smaller projects. So then you can see here that the OPEX costs, at least in the way they track here, is they continue to increase, but only with the inflation rate. But then they are a lot lower than they are at Brockdorf. And the difference is highlighted here, so you can see that Brockdorf calculates a lot higher costs for routine work. What's even more serious or significant is the calculation of the CapEx costs. We've heard several times now that CapEx projects, meaning small projects, the many, many small projects, are a basic burden in maintenance. And the red curve, the red line, shows on the left side, the solid line on the left shows the Brockdorff calculation for CapEx projects. And based on experience, it is relatively stable over the lifetime of a plant. Above that, the broken line shows the costs, CapEx costs on the left side. That's the 500 million, but only half. Because Brockdorff split these 503 million of investment 50-50 between CapEx and OpEx. I think that's a reasonable approach because it is like that in reality, but it doesn't have to be that way. But for a projection, this approach can definitely be used. Above all, you can see that Krümel, starting in 2016, if you take a look at the CapEx projects, routine maintenance, that there are no calculations at all for CapEx projects. That's completely not normal. Next slide, slide 8. Up until now, we have not talked about corrections. This is not my data. This is all data from the claimants. Nothing from Kauf in there yet. But on the next slide, I show additional cost blocks that have to be considered in the cost calculation. The first one are projects that are necessary in order to adjust the safety status of the plant on plants that continue to operate. Such projects are a part of the calculations in NAV 105A, which is what we discussed earlier. And there are projects in NAV 105A which are aimed at eliminating deficits that have to be eliminated in the case of long-term operation in order to ensure reliable operation. And for this part, Vattenfall, and those are the Plex projects that are being discussed here, for this part, 376 million euros are spent for that. And a need in Brockdorff for an adjustment like that does not exist for Brockdorff, does not have to be adjusted in that way. In my second report, I talked about further missing backfitting projects. Especially in the second report, I gave my reasons. I don't want to repeat those here. But this cost block, the red one here, 515 million, is not relevant for Brockdorff. In my third report, which is amended by explanations from in the fourth report. So there, for Krümel and for Brockdorff, I showed that I adequately considered the aging-related increase of maintenance costs, that I miss that it is missing. This aging-related progression concerns costs of routine maintenance, so 2.5 or 1.6 million respectively. So this cost block from 385 down to 515 and then down to 1 billion. So this is what we're talking about here. I also miss cost assumptions for 2 periodic safety reviews. If you exceed 40 or 50 years, and we can discuss later why I assume that. These expenditures I pegged at 189 million for Brockdorff and 318 million for Krümel. This is where I pegged that at. So from these 340 million includes 26 million, which is a consequence from extended operation from the availability discussion. If you take a look at this picture, then these framework conditions for the KKK and KBR plans, you'll get to nearly identical expenditures for long-term operation. But you have to take into consideration that both these cost blocks, which were calculated by KKK and which was partly my contribution, don't have to be done in Brockdorff. So 891 million, this 515 plus 376 does not have to be invested in Brockdorf for long-term operation. Slide 9.
Next slide. For time reasons, I don't want to talk about this slide very much. I think we are going to talk about this more about the 734 million that are listed here in projects, the long-term operation projects. And I analyzed this in principle, and I will discuss this in detail when questions are asked. Slide 10. Next slide, please. On this curve, you can see the representation from the view that Krümmel and Brockdorf after backfitting and rehabilitation. These Plex projects that were planned with Krümmel, and that after 110, according to that document, that Brockdorf was planning them, at least, if I understood Blasey correctly, he thought they were too low in his opinion. When you consider these costs, and this process is in both of their long-term planning, it is finished in about 2025. These are both at about standard level for long-term operation. The continuing progression only includes routine costs. And if I would say that routine costs are exactly the same for Krümmel and for Brockdorf, you find this broken line. And when you follow the progression that I am calculating, you come back to a difference of 800 million once again. Even if I did not consider my additional costs for Brockdorf, if I ignored them, when you are looking at it from these aspects, you still have a difference of 106 million euro. And since Ms. Harding only calculated the costs based on the red broken line, I would like to say that my type of calculation is very conservative. This is the end of my discussion of costs. I would like to go to slide number 12, and this concerns earthquakes. Please go to slide 12. I believe that everybody now is aware that each site has a design earthquake and that there are specific values. Usually this is already set before the plant is built, and it is very infrequently revised. However, because earthquakes came into discussions over and over, and when it comes to Krümmel specifically, there was an earthquake in 2004 that was close to the location, so there were later discussions about earthquakes. Krümmel's DBE was changed. It was reevaluated after 2004, this earthquake that happened. They changed the ground acceleration to 50 centimeters per square second and a time of 2 seconds, and they confirmed this. KKK already had buildings built to certain specifications, for example, the reactor building, and they reevaluated that. They were not finished with this in 2011. I do not believe that the seismic evaluation cannot be successfully finished or completed. KKK's determinations are binding, and the methodology that Mr. Neumann said or claimed he was using to determine the safety level in the case of an earthquake does not exist. The probabilistic is not used for an earthquake that is likely to happen at 10 uppercase -5 in Germany. When you look at all the earthquakes that I defined in Germany, the DBEs, all of these earthquakes have a probability of 10 upper -5, so meaning 100,000 years. The only difference is the assumption, and you can see that in the presentation by Eon, they look at the probability and it has to be smaller than 10 uppercase -5. That is the lower end of the assumptions. The RSK described what role probability is for categorizing events. But in this context, they confirmed the assumptions for the security considerations. And the claims that Mr. Neumann wanted to make, they do not apply for Krümmel. Last slide, please. Please, the next slide. In northern Germany, there are locations that have less risk for earthquake than Krümmel. Among the 5, no, that is the wrong slide, please. Please go back one slide. One more, yes, that's it. Among the 5 northern German plants that were in operation in 2010, there were 3: Lingen, Brockdorf, and Unterweser. Unterweser is a plant that is older than Krümmel, and they were using N+2 single failure standard for earthquakes. They were designed to this standard, but KKK was not designed to this standard. There were 2 more plants, the older plants Stade and Brunsbüttel. When they were constructed, they had no earthquake-specific regulations. These plants were designed by DIN norms, the industrial standards. For Stade, they changed in 2003. Brunsbüttel has a 1-strand cooling system that they had retrofitted with active components and passive components. That was a smaller version that certainly does not fulfill the requirements of the regulations. After Fukushima, Germany was criticized that they were looking at the determinations by the IAEA in SSG 9 that every nuclear power plant worldwide, whether it was located in an earthquake area or not, that they all had to be able to survive ground speeds to a certain point, and that certain German plants were not able to fulfill that. That was about twice the values that had been determined for Germany. For northern Germany, in principle, the IAEA was the determining rules. So the German supervisory bodies, after Fukushima, they called upon the plants to deliver documentation stating what they did, and I do not know whether that happened for KKK. To come back to the topic of earthquakes, Mr. Neumann is completely correct. The Krümmel plant was designed or was fitted based on its licensing status, and this status from 1984 is based on a document to the TÜV and other bodies that the plant is following the applicable rules, and they followed this until 2012. Realistically, and some of your colleagues underlined that yesterday, you have to assume that post-Fukushima, 2 factors would be relevant: the earthquake design of the plants and the design for floods and high water. Of course, prior to that, what the plants had and what they kept. For example, Gundremmingen was reassessed or reevaluated. You simply have to believe that that was the case. In this connection, I looked at the evaluations of 2005, 6, and 7. For Gundremmingen, they completely opened up the evaluations again, and I saw documents that Herr Bläsig, in the case of Gundremmingen, took the proof from the PSR 2008, and he said that the documentation showed the same points as in the documentation of 2012. So he said there were not 7 events, there were 9 events, and 2 of these events had to be considered that were from downtime operation. Now I would like to conclude. Please open the next slide. The OPEX and CAPEX calculations by E.ON are generally in line with my experience with benchmarking and my experience with the operation of German plants. As the head of a convoy, I also have knowledge about operating costs, and we always shared and compared benchmarks with our sister plant in Philipsburg. I considered E.ON's cost analysis when considering aging and routine maintenance, and I considered real data and not the data that Mr. Kaczmarek was using. Compared to Brockdorf, Vattenfall is overestimating the costs for maintenance by almost 1 billion euro. This is based on inadequate definitions and calculations of the lump sum costs for routine maintenance in the case of long-term operation. Here is where the delta costs rise. The cost calculation presented by me in my 3rd report for Krümmel and Brockdorf in the case of long-term operation would come about to identical costs, and based on this benchmarking, I believe my numbers are very conservative. And as Mr. Bläsig underlined earlier that he was doubting that this was applicable for E.ON, I would have to say I'm being doubly conservative. What Mr. Neumann interpreted about the German nuclear regulations, that is not correct. It is not correct when looking at the interpretation from 2016 and has to be rejected. Nuclear power plants, the DBEs, they are existing. There are buildings that are to be designed based for these earthquakes. Others are not. They were not designed compared to this type of earthquake. And that is why these buildings in a security analysis do not need to be considered, such as the TÜV confirmed in their statement. And this brings me to the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Graaf, for your presentation. We'll now close for today. Dr. Graaf, I have to admonish you that you are under testimony. This means that you're not allowed to discuss this case with anyone until your testimony is over tomorrow. I have Dr. Happ would like to make an observation.
Yes, Mr. President, can you hear me good? I regret that I must raise what might be considered a housekeeping issue, which is a rather complicated matter relating to Dr. Cohen's presentation, which we received yesterday late night. My colleagues have checked it, and I would just announce we are going to send very shortly a lengthy email with which we will object that Dr. Cohen's presentation, in some instances, does not comply with the requirements set out in various procedural orders and individual orders which were set out in the last procedural hearing. It is too long and too complicated to explain it now and talk it into the record, and I think it would be unfair in relation to respondent if I do not submit it instead in writing in form of an email. We are doing some last-minute checks to ensure that nothing is sent to you which is not fully adequate, but I think we should be prepared to send it in 10 or 15 minutes, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, the respondent may react to it in writing by tomorrow morning, if possible. So that's one point. Is there any other point?
Yes, there is one.
Sorry, I'm still with the claimants. Dr. Hap, any other point for the claimants?
None of that I'm aware of. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Conrad for the respondent.
We won't be able to do it by tomorrow morning. We will try to do it until, if we can, 1400, but I can't promise. And I haven't seen the lengthy email, so I don't know how lengthy our answer has to be.
Right, okay. Let's not address the hypothetical things. It was simply an invitation to your side and to enable you to make comments. And I appreciate that you cannot do it immediately, but that you will do it later. Talking about which week we go on, if I look to the schedule for tomorrow, so we can, I did the math a little bit. I think we can anyway comfortably complete with Dr. Graaf, Dr. Grunziger, and Dr. Seiler. I wonder whether we can start with Dr. Cohen on the direct tomorrow, because I think that for Dr. Cohen and especially Ms. Harden, it will take more time than anticipated, the examination on Wednesday. And we would like to complete the witnesses and experts by Wednesday night.
I think Dr. Hap should react first.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I'm not quite sure what exactly kind of reaction you expect. We will start with the cross of Graaf and Grunziger. I am not sure whether we need so much time that we cannot do Cohen, but I agree that's also in the interest of claimants to start with the witnesses on Wednesday night, if it's somehow possible.
We conclude on Wednesday night. That's the plan. So that you
as long as both at the same time, yes.
The concept is that you can then comfortably prepare for the closings on Thursday.
Yeah, but we would prefer with Cohen to start tomorrow.
Okay, Dr. Conrad?
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, concluding on Thursday, I absolutely agree, but we would have to.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Conrad, I made it a bit late today. Concluding on Wednesday with the experts or witnesses, Thursday is for you to prepare for Friday for the closings. That's the plan.
Okay.
We
need to solve the Cohen issue that Mr. Hap foreshadowed before he can start. You're aware of that. But tomorrow is Tuesday, so that should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, we're comfortable, but I simply lay out to you what we have in mind and how we can go in an efficient way with the examination and concluded by Wednesday.
Okay.
That brings me another point is, so there's still one of the outstanding issues we have to address is the post-hearing briefs. The tribunal thinks, although we have been amply provided with submissions by the parties, that it might be useful limited post-hearing briefs on 2 points. One is where it is that the experts and witness have supported your case, simply that we have an index for the various issues you have already pleaded to us, that we know where to find it, and we won't miss what you believe the greatest hits during this examination these days. So I keep it a bit very key that short. There's one other thing is there was an objection by the claimants about the portfolio issue. We don't want to cut off any party in this case. So this is also a possibility then the post-hearing briefs to address any concerns they may have about the portfolio. Although I must note it was raised earlier, the portfolio, but maybe not in such an tel ambigu, as the French would say it, in the as it is in the rejoinder of the respondent. So I don't want any party to feel that it has not had the opportunity to present its case. So that is the point that we would like to offer also to the parties. Now,
can I ask for a clarification very briefly? If the claimants have the possibility to comment or send observations on the post-hearing, on the offset in their post-hearing submission, as I understand, would that mean that they can submit new evidence, or would they be prevented from submitting new evidence and submitting observations?
It's about the portfolio point, is it?
Portfolio, sorry. Yeah, it's a long day. I apologize.
Both sides need a little bit to go bed early tonight.
Yeah.
All right. No. So the idea is, but that brings me on the next point. Is so can you confirm with each other how much time you would need for this limited post-hearing brief, and the other question is whether you would like the simultaneous filing, where you would have then the possibility of a reply post-hearing briefs, also even more limited, if I may call it that way. Can you simply reflect over it? You don't need to give immediately now the reaction, but to reflect over the two things, and also how much time you would need for them, for both. Yeah.
Yep, that's possible. And once again, can I ask the tribunal that when it puts this perhaps in writing to clarify whether on the portfolio effect evidence can be submitted or not? It's just that we would need to know that.
The idea is no. We have what we have here at the hearing is until now that's all concluded. We have sufficient evidence, but of course each side. But I trepidate to say this. Each side, of course, has the possibility to seek leave, but please be very conduct us with the utmost restraint, because we have already so much documents in this. When it's really believe it really necessary for your case for both sides, then do seek leave.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
All right. So, yeah.
If I may,
Dr. Correa, please. All minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. If I can already foreshadow it, that to the extent there were new evidence submitted by claimants, we would insist on a reply, obviously.
I know. Right. We have been 8 years operating with two of you, so we know what is being what will come as applications. Right. Last thing is simply to confirm for you. We had a little glitches with the interpretation on the first day, remember, and we tried behind the scenes to rectify the situation. As far as I could see it today, could hear it today, the interpretation is again top notch. But is that also the experience of the parties, Dr. Hab?
Mr. President, our Czech interpreter has raised her hands only a few times today. We have noted few minor issues where we think the translation is not entirely accurate, but they are more in the area of could be better. Nothing that fatal. We think it has improved. Thank you.
Dr. Conrad?
We will have to check it because we didn't have somebody just listening in for the translations that we have access to now.
Talking about this, I noted in the very last minute of the presentation of Dr. Graaf, I think there was the text said underestimated, and there was a translation about, or interpretation, I will be careful to say this, about overestimated. So please check that. Very last minute where I noted this, but I didn't want to interfere at that point in time.
There are sometimes figures which might be wrong. We don't, in order not to disrupt the hearing, we do not mention every single small issue, which we can clarify with Dr. Conrad bilaterally, I think.
Yeah, sure. If you can do that, would be much appreciated. All right, I won't hold you up further, unless you really have another point. Then I wish you a good evening, good night, and we see each other tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
This is Judge Brouwer.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Excuse me.
Do parties anticipate that they will have redactions to today's recording, or
oh yeah, it's good.
Should we wait until tomorrow?
Can we? So in short, are we free to stream?
I need to take instructions.
Okay.
But this won't take long.
Dr. Conrad, free to stream?
As you've heard me say on the previous days, we are for utmost transparency.
Okay, good. All right, then Judge Brouwer has a question.
Yeah, just whether we can go into retiring room for a little bit before we quit for the day.
Sure, no, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. All right, then I wish you all.
Can I make one technical point as well? And twice in the last hour, I think my transcript has dropped out, and I've reconnected quickly enough and I've not lost anything. And I'm not sure whether it's a problem your end or with my computer. And I raise it in case anyone else has had this difficulty as well.
I didn't, so, but okay, maybe on your end. By the connection issue. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay.